6:30, and we'll call the January 5th, or not January, March 5th Planning Commission meeting to order. First item of business,
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, I'm going to skip roll call. Everyone's here. We will move into role of Planning Commission. It's listed on the agenda. Approval of agenda. Item 4. Any changes or corrections to the agenda?
There are none.
I'll make a motion to approve the agenda.
Second.
Did you want to make a
I did, yeah. I'd like us to move the issue that all these folks are here for tonight to be first on the agenda, so they don't have to sit through all these other things.
Are we sure
Which
we know what
item
everybody
is
is here for?
The dean, Sundance,
Okay.
I believe. Is that a fair assessment? Most people are here for the Sundance? Yeah.
I think making sense, or it makes sense to move that first, and then we'll.
Sundance?
Yeah.
And then probably Dubay, it's kind of like a.
Yep. We'll move Sundance up, and then I think we'll go from there.
We have to
We'll leave the
consider
rest.
the other developers who are here for the other items too, that won't have to sit through things too. So.
Yeah, we're expecting, maybe this isn't true, but we're expecting residents here for every item.
Yeah.
Correct.
So,
But knowing that, yeah.
I'm okay with that motion.
okay, so we're moving, just so I'm clear, we're moving Sundance Greens up to the first item.
Correct.
And Dubay stays the same? Where it is?
I think the concept plan should stay at the end,
Okay.
as far as my motion goes. I agree.
All right. So we have you agree with Keith though? Of moving.
Yeah, item
Sundance
C up. Yep. And assuming Paul's in agreement. Second.
That's fine.
We should
Yep.
be good.
So we have a motion and a second to move the Sundance Greens up on the agenda and then leaving the rest the same. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? Motion passes 5-0. Consent agenda, only item on the consent agenda is minutes from February 5th.
One correction. They forgot how to spell my name. Number 4.
Page 4?
No, number 4 in the
Number 4.
minutes.
Oh, I'm missing something. Okay.
That's all I had. Motion to make that correction
And approve the agenda?
and approve the agenda. There you go.
We have
I'll second that.
we have a motion from Keith, a second from Jeff. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion passes 5-0. Open forum. Open forum is public comments limited to 3 minutes for non-agenda items. Anyone here for open forum? All right. Anyone online, I'm assuming?
If there is anyone online, feel free to use the raise your hand function to speak at open forum for non-agenda items.
All right, moving on, council update.
Okay, so for February 10th, we had a discussion on city branding. There was a decision not to go forward with any modifications to that. There was one other item, roads, plans and specs for, it's a scattering of roads, Holly Lane, Vinewood, north, actually the middle portion of Pine View between North and South Diamond, Pine View Courts, Balsam Lane, and then kind of some of the development roads around Hemlock, Balsam, 134th in there. That was approved 5-0. That was 10th. February 24th. We had a discussion about plans and specs for which some of the updates were planned for Stevens Park. I think that was sent back to staff to get kind of a second opinion on the costs, as I recall.
I think so.
The assisted living concept, or the site plan review was approved. There wasn't much discussion on that. Water Trails bid came in, and that was awarded. We had some discussion about activities coordinator getting some consultant help. That was sent back to staff to get a little more definition, I believe. The South Diamond Lake road culvert, that project to put a liner in that culvert was approved after some discussion about costs. And there was back in May, we had a discussion about the Parkway neighborhood infrastructure, that road access, getting plans and specs for that. We tabled it until we had a little better idea what was going on over there. That was pulled from the table and approved to go forward. And then there was a discussion about authorizing steps towards eminent domain on that little portion of roadway for that same development. And that was approved, and that was it.
All right. Any questions for the mayor? All right, moving on, we'll move to item, I guess it'd be 8C. Preliminary plat amendment for Sundance Greens 12th edition.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the Planning Commission. Tonight, you're currently asked to review and consider a request by the Sundance Greens Planned Unit Development and Preliminary Plat. Request is for an amendment to the 12th edition, which would be the last phase, with the exception of roughly 7 additional lots in the southeast portion that was previously approved, still inactive or still a well and septic property on that site. So upon sale of that, that will be also an addition that will final out that development area. I'll just note for the audience and the Planning Commission as well, after the packet was published on last Friday, the applicant has reached out to city staff and has requested that this item be tabled to the following meeting in April. For a decision to be made or a recommendation to be made at that point. But I still want to put together the staff report for this in the presentation, so I want to just run through this and give you an understanding of kind of what is being requested with this moving forward.
Hayden, if I can, was there a rationale as to why they wanted it tabled?
From my understanding, and the applicant is also here to provide detail on that, but the applicant wants to provide a little bit more detail related to the specifics of that proposed maintenance building on the north side of the property.
Perfect. Thank you.
Nothing is proposed to be changed related to the new proposed preliminary plat for the 12th edition that is oriented on the north side of the Sundance Golf Course and rounding out that Dayton Farms Park with additional park dedication to be provided with this plat. So in summary, the request is for a reduction in the 12th edition lot count from 58 to 48 lots. The net acreage is still above the original approval due to the previous amendment increasing the density. So a little bit of background and history that was provided in the staff report. In 2018, Sundance Greens planned unit development was approved by the city council. In February of 2020, the applicant had requested a change in the northeast area of this development, where originally approved were twin home duplexes on the north side, and that had since changed and was approved to have those 4-unit row homes that you see along 117th Avenue or 113th Avenue, excuse me. So that was the most recent change that was provided. And then today is the second round of the amendment here, specific to Sundance Greens 12th. So also included in that as part of the PUD amendment, the applicant is also requesting for a proposed relocation of an existing maintenance shed. Not necessarily a relocation of the building itself, but a relocation of the specific area where the maintenance would occur for the golf course on site. The property, or the applicant's proposing a 7,200 square foot maintenance building that will replace that one that is currently off of 113th Avenue North. The applicant has stated through the review in the applicant's narrative that the building would be residential, would look residential in nature with cement board siding and a single roof pitch that would be provided, kind of like you would see on a storage shed. So again, just to provide a little bit of background, staff does recommend that the Planning Commission open the public hearing tonight for anybody who is interested in still speaking to this, and then continue action on the item and continue the public hearing to April in order to provide a recommendation to the City Council for the April cycle of the applications. So here is just an overview of what the new line would be. Essentially, the main change related to the Plat amendment itself for the lots. One is the reduction in the lot count from by 10, as well as originally there was a through street that would have connected to Niagara Lane intersection of 113th and Niagara Lane that would have single-family homes down going north to south. The change ultimately would eliminate that access to that 113th Avenue currently and have Polaris Lane be extended from the Brayburn Trails development, and then have the additional connection to 115th Avenue North that connects into the DCM Farms development. So that's the main change for the plat itself. And this was the overall preliminary plat that was approved. And this is the area specifically where my cursor is, that you can see where the change occurred in 2020 related to the proposed duplexes that were going to be in this area. That was changed to 4-unit row homes. That increased the density overall for the preliminary plat by 13. So with the two requests of the amendments being this one tonight and then the one previously in 2020, the net acreage or the net units on this property is still in +3 of what was originally approved in the development overall. And just a little bit more. Staff also included information in the packet related to what was identified in the original plan unit development as benefits to the PUD, as well as identified flexibilities that were mainly limited to setback and lot width requirements related to the standard R3 zoning requirements. But some of the benefits to the PUD that were identified as part of the review of this original preliminary plat were a variety of lot sizes and pricing, updated 9-hole course that is expected to remain to the public but stay privately owned, golf cart friendly streets, community pool facility, improved access for residents to the Three Rivers Trail system, including reference to the connection of the underpass, 30 plus acres of green space, 20 plus acres of wetlands and wood area that would maintain preservation upon development of this site. Retaining the clubhouse, restaurant, and bowling alley for the public, and then a trail constructed the entire length of 113th Avenue North connecting into Fernbrook Lane that was identified due to the reconstruction of 113th that's anticipated with the DCM Farms project. That trail will be constructed at that time. This was the original rendering that was provided to the Planning Commission and the City Council upon original review of this preliminary plat. So it shows the duplexes here, the connection of Niagara Lane at this point, and then as well as the connection to Polaris Lane. Not provided much detail, if this goes away here. There was just a rough rendering detail of not anything detailed related to that being a maintenance building, but it did show somewhat of a building there with the development of this property. And this is, to orient yourself, this is on the north side of the golf course area. This is essentially the trail that is on the edge of the Brayburn Trails development. Went down there to take a picture, and that's kind of just a rough estimate of where the proposed location of that would be. The applicant has proposed that this, I didn't provide a very good picture of this here, of setback from the property line of 50 feet for the building, which is consistent with the public recreational district. And also a proposed access here off of the newly constructed Polaris Lane abutting the Brayburn Trails development. The building itself and the setbacks are all guided by the public recreation district standards. However, there is a code section related to driveway access for all properties within Dayton, that all properties are limited to one access per parcel. Whether that was intended specifically for residential developments or new residential developments, that is not currently defined within that language of the ordinance. Hence the reason for this requiring a request for the PUD amendment with this. The PUD amendment kind of takes a blanket review of practical code flexibilities along with planned unit development amendments. Whereas on a standard straight zoning of a property, a variance would be required for something like this. In this case, it is guided by the planned unit development amendment request. So that is why you're not seeing this as a variance request tonight. So again, just to recap, staff does recommend that you open the public hearing and then motion to continue the public hearing and table action on this item until the April 2nd meeting. And I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Any questions for staff? Or clarifications?
Nothing for staff.
All right. Would the applicant like to come forward?
How are you doing? Yeah,
Tom, if you could.
Tom, can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay. Do I need to give my address and all that?
Yeah.
Yeah, I, Tom Dean, 11261 from Brook Lane, Maple Grove, 55369. So, I had full intentions of bringing this tonight. I don't mean to be disrespectful to anybody holding it, but I feel like it should be some better information. I didn't think that the maintenance building would be a hot topic as much as it is. I will disagree with Hayden. None of you guys were here. I think when I went through in 2018 on the Plat, and I was very clear at that time that I intended that to be a maintenance building. And a lot of the discussion was when we were back then, golf was going away, right? Until COVID, it didn't come back. And it was really me and one other developer, Ben Schmidt, who developed Brayburn. His proposal was to take the entire course down and develop it all. I had discussions, we ended up making it a 9-hole, but there was a lot of discussions with Planning Commission, with council at that time. And if you read in the HOA documents of Sundance Greens, it was like, if the golf course was to go away, that would need to be remain an open spot, and it would be park for the Sundance Greens development and part of the HOA. That building was then like, hey, if it was across, if it was a maintenance building, and maybe it could be used for some park shelter if that happened, Now, good things to say, golf has changed, right? COVID was good for golf. It's back. We've We've been making a lot of investments trying to improve it. But what I really wanted, to do is just to come back with some renderings to show that, it's just not a pole building, right? If you look at our existing, they were moved in on the previous owner, so I don't know how old they are. They're ready to come down, right? So I think I was just going to propose some renderings. I think that concept plan has been here for 8 years. I think it's probably still hanging out in the vestibule of the city hall here. I've tried to be neighborly too, and I will. I think I talked to Hayden if there's some more green space between the building and the property line. I'm not looking to be adversarial, but I think I was here, long time plan. I think I'm going off the plan. Actually, part of our neighborhood, I granted access for the sewer pipe to go across that course. That has become quite troublesome for us redeveloping to serve that neighborhood. It wasn't a requirement. A lot of the residents are upset about balls getting hit against their house. My partner there is really frustrated because he's like, we're there first, but I get it, right? It doesn't make sense. So we've shortened that hole, why we've been playing the last few years. So I think it'd be polite for me to actually just show what we're building, I'll make sure the doors are, the houses to the north, all the access, the doors would be to the south, right? So that side would be, I don't want, I'm sure they want doors open on their side, right? We'll try to do the right thing, right? And so that's why I thought if I could come back with a plan, it maybe, picture's worth 1,000 words. I didn't know about the one entrance per parcel number, but I would say City Hall has 4 parcels. Go to every commercial area, right? There's quite a few. And actually, if you look at the parcel, when our main entrance comes in on 113th, it's split amongst 2 parcels. So if I had to move it to the south 30 feet and we come into that parcel, it seems a little silly, but if that's what you guys want me to do, we'll do it, But that's the reason I pulled it tonight, just figuring to have renderings. I don't know if anybody's got any questions for me.
Any questions for the applicant?
Appreciate the background.
Yeah, appreciate that. I will not, because we are planning on tabling this, I will not call you back up tonight. But hopefully what you have to hear from the public, we can talk about next month.
Yep.
Yeah, the only thing I would add too is just some consideration. Obviously, you're going to hear some public testimony here tonight as far as, improvements that could potentially be made for that maintenance building. I think it was a good idea to table it so we could get renderings to see exactly what it's going to look like. Potentially, next month you should maybe come with an idea of how often that maintenance building is going to be used on a daily basis, if it's going to be after hours, weekends, whatever it might be. What's the kind of traffic that you anticipate that maintenance building?
Yeah.
What is it? Are they pickup trucks? Are they four-wheelers? Or what type of vehicles are moving back and forth to get things from that maintenance building? And then also a consideration potentially for some natural screening, right? So
Well, and one of the things-
spruce trees or evergreens or whatever it might be, or arborvitae, something like that to help buffer that maintenance building to the properties to the north.
And I agree with you. So one of the things besides the renderings, I'm open to do a landscape design. So the one thing, it is on a knob that we probably really, a minimum of 4, but I think we can cut it down 6 feet. I'm planning 12-foot sidewalls with a low-pitch monotone roof, and so you put a retaining wall with arborvitaes that say 10 feet on the top, you're not even going to see the building. So I do understand. I don't want it to be an eyesore. We definitely aren't going to throw a bunch of stuff in the, and I could see where if you looked at our existing building, right, we're not going to recreate that, so I want to be clear, so. But it's just taken us a while to get that side of the development. So.
I guess I have one question, Tom, that just popped into my mind. And I think It's a question that's been asked of me this week, especially since we were dealing with this. Why is that building set all the way off to the northern edge of that development against Rayburn? Why is it there and not on some of the other 100 acres that you have there?
So it's real.
Why does it have to be so far north from where it currently is, I guess is my question.
Well-
Because if you don't do that, then you don't have to worry about two entrances and exits, because it can still go in and out the same place the folks for the golf course and the bowling alley go to. I
Well,
guess
it's
that's
real-
a question I can't answer. So.
Yeah, well, it's real simple. I mean, what do I do with that space? It's just a wasted space. Otherwise, I bring and I go in there and I can't put a golf hole, you know, I mean, I could put a hole, but then I'm still dealing with the problem of balls getting hit at the people's houses, you know? So it's just about using the space. You know, I'm not sure, at the time, you know, discussions we had back, I was like, the road went through, the clubhouse, you know, isn't gonna stay. If it's a park, then the thing's getting torn down. And now I feel like if I moved it somewhere else, you know, we may have some more houses. I may come back on another phase where that street was through. I mean, we kind of turned the street because now it makes a nice quiet street. I don't have any through traffic. And I'll be honest, I don't know exactly what's going to happen with the golf course. We're busy. We're needing parking, right? So I can't park on the street. If I need more parking, we're already running down to 113th. You know, every space is valuable there, right? You think there's space, but you go to some of the nights, the parking lot is over, it's filled to capacity.
Any other questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. It is now 6:57. We will open the public hearing. Keep in mind, we are going to table this item tonight, so if anyone would like to come forward and discuss at this point, we will be tabling the public hearing as well, so that in a month, when you see the renderings, you get a chance to discuss then. But if you want to give some input now, would be the opportunity.
The only other thing I would suggest also is that even if you have a great point and it's already been made by the person ahead of you, just take that in consideration and the 3 minutes of time that you each have. So please feel free.
Good evening, commission members. I filled this out, I'll leave it. I also have some additional written letters from residents or neighbors of mine that if I can just leave them with you.
Yeah, Eric, if you could state your name and address, please.
Yep, my name's Eric Seppelt. My address is 11534 Rayburn Trail. My family lives just 40 feet from this proposed site. I will speak on this more here, and I look forward to speaking again at the next public hearing. But I was hopeful that Tom was going to, or Mr. Dean was going to mention that he would maybe be reconsidering. Sounds pretty evident that he just plans to present plans. From a height perspective, my house is taller than 10 feet. I will see this out my windows. I will see this off my deck. I will see this from my yard. Let me first say I am glad that it has been chosen to be tabled. I'm hopeful along with the city they can work together to determine a different and more suitable location, not requiring this access point. My wife and I purchased our lot to build what we would consider our forever home in 2020. It was marketed to us as a premium lot that came with a premium price markup. I'm not one that makes quick, expensive decisions. Before deciding to purchase my home, I reached out to then Alec Henderson and Tina Goodroad, previously with the city of Dayton, inquiring about all and any plans pertaining to the future course changes or development of the Sundance property. Alec responded to my questions with site plans based on the approved preliminary plot. Nothing indicated what is being questioned or being proposed at this time. The rendering of the Sundance Golf Course website added February of 2025, presented in the packet today, shown on the screen earlier, and referenced by Mr. Dean, showing a square outline and no driveway, does not match the preliminary plot that was approved. Further investigation in the city meeting archives reveals that this is an older concept plan depiction rather than updated Sundance greens design that was approved is on display in City Hall in the entry and sent to me when requesting plans from the city. To be honest, the turnover of city staff and partial or misleading information has not been helpful to the situation. Even the current zoning map, dated June 2025, incorrectly labels the golf course only as PR Public Recreation District without the PUD overlay. I reached out to city on more than one occasion seeking clarification and prompting corrections to zoning maps over the years since moving into my home. The map dated March 21st, 2019 arguably indicates the area adjacent to my home is R3 with a PUD overlay, and in June 22, the entire golf course is R3 with a PUD overlay. On June 2nd, I was told by Mr. Zach Dowd, and I quote, "Based on the drawings, your home will not directly be affected by homes in the future, editions of Sundance, and future editions of Sundance Greens, and your home will be by the golf course even after the complete remodel. Point is, all of this makes it very challenging to have an understanding of what to expect, and certainly none of this information would warrant concern for what has been deemed by staff in the packet as a building that is very much more comparable to a commercial building. I would not have built here, nor would I have added expensive outdoor enjoyment spaces if there was even the slightest indication of a maintenance building would be built next to my home. Based on the information provided to me and a review of relevant city code, this area appeared to be well protected from future building plans. The applicant references parking demand for his request due to the success of Sundance entertainment business from the surrounding development that's been added. I've been one of those neighbors supporting the business by golfing, dining in, and ordering takeout through COVID. I've really been nothing but a good neighbor the past 6 years. I'm sorry, but proposing this location is not being a good neighbor in return. My ask is that Mr. Dean not punish his neighbors and instead take this opportunity to be a good neighbor in return by working with staff to determine an alternative location and access. With the proposed redesign to the residential plot, I would recommend placing it basically in the same location that it is now where extra parking is indicated. This should accommodate both needs while preserving the integrity of our established residential neighborhood. The city is not obligated to grant this amendment request and therefore has the authority to make right out of a situation that has not helped should the request not be retracted. I'm also requesting the next public hearing notice for this matter be sent out, including more detail than the original. Most neighbors I talked to had no idea what this public hearing was pertaining to. I don't blame them. How would they? It was a graphic of the golf course. I ask that that be presented in the mailer for the next public hearing. I thank you for your time. Have a good evening.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Gary Feldhage, and I live at 11637 Niagara Lane North in Dayton. In anticipation for tonight's meeting, I submitted a formal letter and proposal or photographs for the record. I didn't take these photographs to be difficult. I took them as a visual forecast. The applicant will claim the new building will be clean and discreet, but these photos show the developer's actual track record at their current Sundance facility. We shouldn't be asked to trust a promise when we can already see the practice. Most telling is that their existing building sits at the main entrance to Sundance. It is the first thing their own patrons see when they arrive. If the developer isn't concerned about an eyesore with its bulk fuel tanks, heavy machinery, and scrap piles, serving as the front door to their business, imagine how much less they will care about the building tucked away in the back near our homes. This isn't just a storage shed, it's an industrial hub. My photos show heavy earth-moving machines, the fuel tanks, sitting out in the open. This is the operational reality of maintenance. It inevitably spills outside. If they allow this disarray at their front entrance, what is to stop a hidden location at the back of their property from becoming a graveyard of dumpsters, old equipment, hazardous fuels right next to our backyards? The applicant will likely offer enhanced screening, But as these photos prove, screening is a myth. You cannot hide a fuel tank or piles of scrap from the community's eyes. Fences weather, trees lose their leaves. Screening is a temporary bandage for a permanent eyesore. If the land use is wrong for a residential area, no amount of landscaping will make it right. I stand with Eric and many other members of our community in opposition to this proposal. We have seen how the Sundance site has drifted from its original intent, and we cannot support a duplicate of a failure in our backyard. Please look at these photos and ask yourself, if this is how they treat their own front entrance, how will they treat our neighborhood? If the answer is not well enough, then the only responsible choice is to deny the proposal. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Sherry Kuncher. I live at 15304 116th Avenue North. My husband and I purchased after our son and daughter-in-law, and they back between the two ponds, their house sits at the bottom of the hill. So their deck, as well as many other homes, that is in their view. Compared to when they moved in, we went through the deforestation. It looked like Mordor from The Hobbit, and lost a lot of aesthetic, but at least not this maintenance building. I do not have, I have not had the time, nor have I totally figured out. I wasn't mailed the site because we are across the street, so we didn't get all the information for the open hearing. So I am not really clear on where that road runs and the building sits, that the traffic going to that building will go, but we have a park and a playground right there that was built as part of our development. That was newly built just in the last summer. And I'm just a little bit concerned and lacking information there, but I am concerned about how much traffic we're going to see with the children in the area, and where our walking paths go along there. I have also heard some concerns about, and I don't understand this, and if an environmental study was done or if it was even needed related to our flooding and the ponds. We have enough problems right now with our ponds and irrigation. So I just have more questions than anything that I put out to you. And I think for the April meeting, it would be nice to have a little more clarity in addition to the things that have already been discussed about where that road actually runs adjacent to properties that are in the Brayburn Trails area, and also a consideration of how many homes you're actually affecting, because there are the homes that back onto the golf course this way, and then Brayburn Trails, the road curves and goes toward my directions are, a little bit, goes toward the north, okay? But those houses along there also are going to be affected because the road turns, and all of their backyards and decks may also be affected in terms of aesthetics. So I mostly am posing questions and concerns. I will tell you, we are frequent flyers, both of the golf course and the entertainment center and the bowling alley. We love that they're there. And we also want to support that business. And we're delighted that there is a road going through now without going out onto Fernbrook. So there's a lot of good here with having that wonderful entertainment facility there. And I know all of our neighbors, it's kind of like the neighborhood gathering away from home. So I leave you with that compliment to the owners, and we're really pleased to have them as neighbors, but real big concerns about this. Thank you. I'm going to keep this because it's got my notes, and I'll put it back.
Thank you.
Hello. I am Natalie Miller. I live at 11529 Polaris Lane North. I am adjacent across the ponds from Eric. So I see his house and I see his deck, and I can see that from my deck. And so when we are talking about this maintenance shed not being visible, it will be very visible to me and my three neighbors that live at the end of Polaris Lane there. So I am the third house in. I have two neighbors, Katie and Jim. And I also have my neighbors, Colette and Bruce. And Colette and Bruce have the house on the very end. And right now, we had a lot of golf balls. Bruce had to put up nets to protect his home. And when it came down to us from a neighbor perspective, we also care about the wetlands. We care about them a lot. We have signs that have been put up in our backyards prohibiting us to be in that space. But yet, I don't feel like there's any protection for the wetlands right now and for the water. Additionally, I have a walkout basement that has a sump pump that runs year-round. So the water table and the water issues that have been back there are significant for me from a homeowner perspective. I had to have the builder put in drain tile on one side of my home, and I'm trying to get the builder to put in drain tile on the other side because I have standing water in my yard even today. So to add a maintenance shed that I will see, to add a road for which my animals, we all have dogs. We have 5 dogs back there that play freely between 3 yards, and we're all family. And so to have that is going to be a danger to not only to our pets, but the noise and the things for having vehicles going back and forth is going to be very disruptive. I do work 100% remote, and our homes are very close and tight, so I can hear neighbors that have music on at times. So let alone to have maintenance vehicles running back and forth, the noise outside will make being out on my deck that I spent a lot of money on, as well as all of my neighbors, will make it very unenjoyable in the summer to have vehicles going back and forth. Also, we will not be protected from the view. Those 3 houses on the end are going to be facing a driveway, and they're also going to be facing part of the maintenance shed that will not be, I guess, whatever walls or arborvitaes are going to be put up. We won't have any protection from that view. I have, like I said, a walkout house. I sit the highest of my neighbors over there, of the 3 of us on the end. I will see it. And then, of course, like I said, it will be encroaching on the wetlands over there, and those are DNR protected wetlands as well. And I have concerns about the water and the safety of that with having animals in the area. So I definitely do not want this in my backyard. I didn't have this when I bought my home. I knew that the road was going to go through. I was okay with that, but nobody ever talked about a maintenance shed being in my backyard. So thank you for your time.
Good evening, gentlemen and neighbors. My name is Tim Johnson. I live at 11532 Rayburn Trail. Eric is my next door neighbor, and like him, I have a lot of interest in what happens here. I've got a prepared statement, but I also have just a quick comment that I have nothing against anyone at the golf course. I think I've had very good interactions with them over the past. I interact with them because I am the guy that has gotten all the hits to the house. At the par 5 par 6 hole, I think it was, Tom, that, where it was a par 5 hole. Everyone wanted to get as big of a hit as they could, and those balls came whipping through our yard. And it was dangerous. Right before we even moved in, we were out there and someone nearly hit us with a ball. Having said that, I understand that's what you get when you are next to a golf course. And grateful that there's going to be a change with that hole, that it's not going to be the same anymore. Hopefully a lot safer for everyone. But I do have a prepared statement, and I'm just going to read that here. My wife and I put this together. We live adjacent to Sundance Golf Course on the north side where the proposed building is planned. When my wife and I moved to the neighborhood in 2020, there was a beautiful view of not only the course, but also a heavily wooded area and a partial view of the wetland. This view was part of our decision to move here. People visiting our home commented on how lucky we were to have that view that we had. Because we value the outdoor space on our property, we invested tens of thousands of dollars in trees and landscaping, decking, and a patio space. We really like being out in the yard. Living next to the course has been wonderful, but not all wonderful. Errant golf balls have caused thousands of dollars of damage to our house. Thousands of dollars. We've had aluminum screening get broken or a bit dented. We've had many different siding breaks, and fortunately no windows. But we have definitely suffered roof hits as well. Let's see, where did I leave off here? I will add here that none of the golfers that hit our privacy screens, those were the expensive ones, none of them were willing to pay the cost of those repairs. And that is the assumption, is that, you know, if you cause damage to someone's property, that you will take responsibility for it. However, with the phrase that we hear the most is, the golf course was here first. Well, the golf course being owned by the person that also developed our land, you can't have it both ways. We have houses there now. So we're here first now, and that shed, it was not there when we planned the house. Another phrase that we've heard is, you should know what you're getting into when you move next to a golf course. Now, these comments, while hurtful and disrespectful, I might add, are ultimately a way of avoiding responsibility. And this is what I want to have not happen again, to have to rely on someone else being responsible and doing the right thing. The proposed storage facility threatens to upend everything that my wife and I have tried to create for ourselves at our home. Despite the fact that we have planted numerous trees in our backyard, there is no way that the screening we installed will mitigate the eyesore of the facility that is being planned. The wooded area is gone and likely decreased our property value, and now we are faced with the prospect of losing further property value due to this proposed building. And I'm just speculating here, but it does not seem like a stretch to guess that that would be a $100,000 drop in my property value. We are requesting that the City of Dayton deny the request to allow this project to go forward. That is for another day. Thank you. I appreciate your time.
Tim, can I ask you one question?
Yes.
A couple of folks have mentioned now the wooded area or deforestation of the area. Could you explain to us a little more exactly what you're talking about there?
Sure. Tom could probably elaborate on that as well, but it was an area that some would say it was just overgrown. But it was, you know, just heavily wooded and brushed, and, you know, there was a lot of greenery. I can show you my screensaver. I have it there because I loved it so much. No, anyways, but no one's going to be able to see it. Sorry, but it was beautiful. A beautiful sunny day and the green. But I totally get they have that right to remove whatever they need to make the course work for them. But it is, you know, we're picking winners and losers here, and I am the biggest loser that I can see so far, based on what I've had to spend on the repairs. And I've been planning for some screening, and like I said, I put a ton of landscaping in already. It's not going to be enough.
So the screening that you're referring to was on the golf course side of the property
So we
line?
put screening on our property. It's basically some evergreens, a
Right.
lot of deciduous trees as well.
But what
right
you're
along.
talking about was removed.
Oh, the stuff that was removed was
I'm just trying to picture in my mind what it
into the
was.
wetland. I don't know if you have.
Keith, the wetland in the center here
Yeah.
was overgrown with volunteer trees from the last 20, 30, 40 years.
Yeah. So, yeah, again, that's not my beef, but it's just letting you know that things have changed dramatically since we moved in. I'm still grateful for where we are. This keeps moving in the wrong direction for me.
Thank you.
This is pocket right here. Oh, I see. I took all that out.
Good evening. I'm Ronald Swenson. I live at 11270 Niagara Lane North. And to figure out where that's on that map, it's as you come in on 113th and you take an immediate left right at the model, and that's Niagara Lane North. So I'm really here to ask questions or look for clarification. I know that I'm interested in, and I think several of my neighbors here tonight are interested in, what is going to be the actual access to the parking lot, you know, in the final configuration. I heard Mr. Dean say tonight that something about splitting two lots, and if he had to, move the entrance to the parking lot 30 feet south, if I understood that correctly. And if that is correct, then that would bring traffic in on 113th. They'd turn on Niagara Lane, turn south, go 30 feet, and then go into the parking lot. So I'm just asking, is that the correct understanding of what could happen there?
I think that was, maybe the word would be facetious comment of, it wouldn't be realistic to ask Mr. Dean to move his entrance to Sundance. It spans a parcel lot line today, the main entrance does, and according to city code and what we were talking about, is my understanding right, only one entrance per parcel?
Correct.
And so that, this, you can see the yellow line running right through the building there. That's what we're talking about as a parcel line. So I don't believe we would require that one to be moved, that entrance.
Okay.
The main entrance?
The main entrance.
No, it would stay as it is.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't believe there'd be any appetite to have that moved to the south.
Well, I think, speaking for myself, maybe not my neighbors, I don't know, but if that were to happen, that would not be very necessary in our opinion, because that'd be putting headlights up against our house, because they do a great business there. I don't know if you've ever been there at night, but the place is packed, and there's probably 50 to 100 cars coming out of there. So I know that myself and my neighbors wouldn't be too appreciative of having a lot of headlight coming across our front of our houses. I mean, right now, the houses that are closest to that model are enjoying the huge lights out at night for the parking lot. They're shining right at our house, so to accommodate that, I've personally just put like a opaque screen on the front door of my house because the light was burning right in, but that's not my complaint tonight. It's what if the traffic pattern changes, and if that were to happen with the parking lot, I'm sure we'd be pretty upset about that. And then lastly, I'm wondering, from what I understood, if you go back to that one, that one right there, that's really one of the first times I've seen that, and what I understand is, again, coming into Sundance on 113th, there's no longer going to be a turn to the right or to the north. And Niagara is not going to extend to the north, is that what I'm understanding?
That is correct.
That's what the proposal is.
Okay, okay, great. Thanks, that's all I had. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, if I could just provide a little bit of clarity, just because I did receive a couple of phone calls from residents along Niagara Lane. There were some concerns about the traffic getting rerouted to be Niagara Lane as the main route to access Sundance Entertainment due to 113th Avenue being removed. That is not being proposed. 113th Avenue all the way out to Fernbrook is still proposed to remain as the current main access point for the entertainment center.
Okay, if I can add a question there, is 113th going to remain as is, I mean, a straight shot, or is that going to?
It will get, so further to the east, along with the DCM Farms project, that will get rerouted to the north, but it is still going to connect to Fernbrook Lane.
Okay.
So, and that was gonna be my point is, it'll connect at 114th, correct?
Yep, 114th.
And then it'll swoop down to 113th, roughly about where the old farm was, or before there.
Actually, due to the plat for
you can see it
DCM
right
Farms,
now.
you can see the proposed realignment of the road to connect with the 114th intersection.
Okay. Great, thank you.
All right. Anyone else would like to talk on this topic tonight?
I'll make a motion to table this to the next meeting.
I just want to, if there is anybody online that is interested in speaking at this point during the public hearing, please feel free to use the raise your hand function, and we will permit you to speak by unmuting the microphone. Okay.
Yeah, I will repeat that. I'll make a motion to table this item to the next meeting
And continue the public hearing.
and continue the public hearing.
A second.
We have a motion and a second to table this item and continue the public hearing at the April 2nd meeting. All those in favor?
Aye. Aye.
All those opposed? Item is tabled. Moving on to 8A, preliminary plat and site plan review for Graco.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll get my bearings here on the PowerPoint. So tonight you're asked to consider a preliminary plat application and planned unit development amendment for the new location for Graco's office headquarters, their global headquarters for their company. Currently, the proposal is to be situated in between the two existing buildings along West French Lake Road that are already existing. I'll note, what was I going to say here? I had something else. You previously saw this at the November Planning Commission meeting in 2025 as a concept. I'll just provide a brief statement about the plan is substantially similar to what you had seen in November with the level of detail that is required for the planned unit development amendment and preliminary plat. So again, the location is between Brockton Lane North and West French Lake Road. It's currently a vacant parcel owned by Graco in between two existing facilities. The overall site is 27.61 acres, currently an outlot of the French Lake Industrial Center 5 plat. The office building will be a lot and block of 9.72 acres in total. The property is currently guided industrial and currently zoned I-1 with a I-1 light industrial with a planned unit development overlay that was previously approved in 2015 when the original overall development proposal was provided to the city. And in keeping consistency with that, the planned unit development approvals that part of that original resolution also included commercial office space as a permitted use within that planned unit development. A portion of this property is located within the French Lake shoreland boundary. I did reach out and provide the plan set to the DNR to do some review related to any comments or concerns related to that shoreland, and they responded that they have no comments on this project and appreciated the time for the review. It is in the current MUSA staging area in the comprehensive plan, and the two facilities were built subsequently in 2015 and 2022. So here's an overall layout of the Lot 1 and Block 1 that will be platted with this proposal. Roughly a 31,684 square foot building, 3 stories in total, totaling 95,000 square feet of floor area. Access would be shared off of the existing accesses to the Graco sites currently, which would be guided by a cross or a shared access agreement to establish that use of a combination across property lines for access. The parking count on the plan is increased from the original concept plan to 292 spaces in total. The applicants have provided a calculation that was in the staff report and packet and provided reasonable justification per the code allowance for a reduction. A lot of that reduction request was heightened with the maximum employee count on this site anticipated to be not more than roughly 250 employees. And then they also proposed an additional 20 spaces for visitor parking in the future. So essentially the 277 was that at capacity of what we would anticipate for parking at this site at full employment, and then as well as those additional visitor spaces, the applicants have provided roughly 15 more spaces than previous. Setbacks and other elements of the design are defined within that staff report and deemed compliant through the review for this specific building as well. Some identified flexibility requests as part of the planned unit development amendment include that reduction, or in not necessarily the reduction in parking, is that is latitude that the city council has the ability to waive if they feel free to do so. But the reduction in parking stall width from 10 feet to 9 feet, the standard parking stall dimensions currently within the code are 20 feet by 10 feet. They're requesting to do 20 feet by 9 feet and then 18 feet by 9 feet where overhangs are permitted based on the layout of the parking lot, which the 18 feet based for overhang is a standard that is allowable by city ordinance. And also, I'll have a slide that shows a couple of these as well, but one additional monument sign that is interior to the site, that is essentially going to be a rock monument that is 3 feet in height with the name of the building itself at the base of the flagpoles that they are proposing. Again, interior to the site. You would see that here where my cursor is on the screen. So here's some renderings that were provided by the applicant. Some of the additional planned unit development benefits that staff had identified regarding the flexibility requests, a part of the PUD as a whole, is the heightened architecture of the building is above and beyond what the minimum standards are required for the industrial design in the zoning ordinance, as well as that consolidation of accesses along West French Lake Road is seen as a positive as well. So the overall height of the building is proposed to be at 59 feet. If you remove the proposed screening wall that the applicants have chose to show on here, the height of the building is a compliant 50 feet. Anything above and beyond that 50 feet would require a conditional use permit within the I-1. Again, because this is a planned unit development, that request is kind of worked into the planned unit development request as a whole, negating the need for a separate conditional use permit for that. Here are the two monument signs that are being proposed. So this is the one that I was referring to that was interior to the site. It'd be 3 feet in height at the base of the flagpole area that they have out in front of the building. This area here, this monument sign is proposed on the south entrance of the property to show for directional related to, as you see on there, parking and shipping and receiving and such. So overall, staff did a review of the landscaping requirements. This was provided and developed prior to the recent amendment that was adopted by the city council related to shrub counts. Regardless of the change in the ordinance amendment, this property is being proposed to be landscaped substantially over, above, and beyond what the minimum requirements are. And that was identified in the applicant's narrative as a priority for the overall site development as well. You can see that there are pedestrian access points that connect the property to both the north and the south. Not necessarily the south property line, but to the north property line as well, for just that standard access for pedestrian walkability. So tonight, the Planning Commission is asked to review the development proposal and consider providing a recommendation to the City Council on this matter. Also hold a public hearing for the plan. Notice was sent to surrounding property owners within a quarter mile of this property. Staff overall recommends approval of this item with the conditions referenced therein in the staff report, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
All right, with that, any questions for staff?
Mr. Chair and staff, I would like to just recuse myself from this conversation and vote due to conflict of interest.
Thank you, Paul. All right.
I have a question of staff.
Yeah, go ahead.
The part of the building is in the Shoreline Conservation District, correct? And that the city ordinance for height is 35 feet?
Correct.
In those areas, correct? So we would be waiving that, letting them build a building that's 50 or 59 feet, depending on whether you count the screening on the roof of the building, right?
That is correct. That would be included in the identified flexibility for the planned unit development amendment. I would say that in terms of consistency with the surrounding area, the adjacent buildings are above and beyond that 35-foot capacity as well. That is in the shoreland district. I'll just note as well that the 35-foot standard for shoreland requirements in commercial and industrial areas is not a requirement of the DNR. That was an above and beyond standard that was provided by the city, that the DNR provides latitude to go above and beyond what the minimum standards are that the DNR provides. So the DNR, again, they said they had no concerns with the proposed development specific to that as well.
What other buildings do we have in Dayton that fall within that district that we've given permission to build higher than 35 feet?
I would say that the two properties to the north and south are within that boundary as well, even if it's just a portion. It might be a small portion, just like you'd see on this property. I believe that the Invent Building property as well is in that shoreland area too. I'd have to look at the actual exhibit of the French Lake boundary.
I think you're mistaken, but I think that building is much farther away from that boundary than this one is.
Okay.
And this one is just barely within, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so for clarity, the
Invent Building is in it, part of it. I remember that from when we approved that one. I don't know.
So
the
this
detail on it.
this is the rough. This line here delineates the shoreland boundary of French Lake.
And is that boundary set on elevation of the land?
Ordinary high water line of the lake itself.
So a property owner could come through and regrade all of that and push it off their property theoretically?
Not necessarily, because it's not based on the elevation of the property in question. It's based off the ordinary high water line in proximity to that. So it's within 1,000 feet of that ordinary high water line of the lake itself.
It's within 1,000 feet.
And the DNR sets that high water line?
I believe so, yeah. I think the exhibit that we used from 2005 is still relevant per the DNR for this.
The elevation, and then we did verify with them that the exhibit was appropriate.
So it's 1,000-foot setback from where the high water would be then?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, the reason I ask is it's a substantial increase to go to what they want us to go to. It's like 67% over 35 feet, right? I mean, that's a huge difference. That gives me some concern.
Do we have verification of the height of the adjacent buildings in relation to what this one would be?
Not off the top of my head, though, but I can certainly provide that to the Planning Commission.
think in both those two buildings, we're 32-foot clear, which means they're probably 38 to 40-foot height.
Yeah. I mean, I personally, I really don't have much of an issue with the height of the building, given the flexibility of that. I mean, it's a tremendously nice-looking building. As proposed, the campus itself is very well kept up. I think that if this is their headquarters, they're going to make sure that this building is like pristine in all aspects as far as design and upkeep and everything else. I think it would be a great addition to the area. The question I have is more specific to the parking and whether or not, I know that we are giving kind of a larger flexibility to the parking, over 100 stalls that from what is supposed to go in there, required by code, and what is being proposed tonight. Obviously, the concept plan was even less than what was proposed tonight, which is good. Just a couple clarification questions on that. Number one, is staff comfortable with the fact that this building might be repurposed in the future 10, 15, 20 years, and the office space is needed, and parking, and 250 employees is now 300 employees, and then what happens at that point? Obviously, when you plan, you kind of have to plan for that worst case scenario. Who knows in 10 or 15 years if there's going to be office buildings anymore, right? So, and I get that, and I understand sometimes the archaic natures of parking designs anyway. Potentially Dayton could have been overparked anyway for what the practical need of that parking is. So just if you can touch on that a little bit as far as, again, what the justification was at the staff's level. Was it just the employee count, or was there other things taken in consideration? And is there any available space for any kind of proof of parking if that's a consideration or a concern of the planning commission or the city council on this? I do understand that there's going to be another phase to this design overall, which might provide for more parking and have an opportunity for cross-parking arrangements between the two sites. But if you could just expand on the parking issue a little bit.
Yeah, so really the employee count and the visitor parking stalls were the justification that was provided by the applicant. I will just speak in terms of if this area or if this property, and that's a great point related to if this was ever to turn over to a different company in the future and they were going to utilize this space for more employees than what was anticipated with the Graco site, that could be considered an addition or a condition of approval to increase the parking upon something like that with this Plat proposal. In the reverse is that if a different company came in and purchased this property in the future and decided to not use it for office space or something otherwise, they would be required to submit a change in use application with the city of Dayton, and that at that point those types of verifications would be required to be met if they were deemed incompatible with the proposed new use.
Was any proof of parking discussed in the application? I know it wasn't in the packet, but.
No, I don't believe so, no.
All right.
Where they put it.
I think there's room. One other question I have, just for clarification on parking, but, because this has came up several times, but the 9 to 10 foot width. Did you guys look at what's standard in the marketplace at all?
Yeah, in terms of more up-to-date codes I've seen them changing to 9 feet as a standard, not necessarily 10.
Yep. Okay.
Again, these are things that staff is tracking related to the inevitable comprehensive plan amendment that will be coming down the line in the future. Generally, the way that things work in terms of zoning code updates, massive or large zoning code updates, if deemed necessary, are generally done following that comprehensive plan update. So whether it's going to be an individual ordinance amendment or a larger ordinance amendment related to those changes to the comprehensive plan, that is something that is also noted for future consideration.
Any other questions for staff at this point?
Sure. I was able to locate the figure, just an FYI. So the Invent building and the Graco distribution building to the south are both also touch the shoreline district, as well as Spears to the north, further north. The Graco manufacturing does not encroach. I don't have the building heights, though.
Thank you. Would the applicant like to come forward on this one? Name and address.
Good evening. Kirsten Mussman, 11880 Fernbrook Lane North.
Martin Seacott, 1320 Orkwood Drive, Golden Valley. Thank you all for having us here today and the time for reviewing this. Hayden, you did a great job presenting and talking about the project. I wanted to add just a little bit of additional background on the design. Hayden, would you mind driving for me as I go through this? And maybe let's start on the plan. So, this building sits on the larger Graco campus with French Lake Building 1 on the north and the Graco Distribution Center on the south. So this building is really stitching together this campus. We've put efforts in to make this really walkable and really make this building be kind of the heart of this new campus, setting the stage for potential future buildings also. The building is really oriented to the lake, so really taking advantage of the lake as an amenity and hoping to be a great neighbor to the lake in turn. So most of the occupied people spaces within the building are oriented to the east towards the lake. And in doing so, a lot of the more kind of back of house spaces are on the west. We've also pushed all the parking to the west, so views from West French Lake Road from across the lake will be of a building rather than of a parking lot. So we think that's a benefit to the neighbors. Putting those people spaces foregrounding the landscape and some of the exterior amenity spaces that are around the building. If you can maybe go to the renderings, Hayden. So the architecture is thought of as a kind of dark brick and glass base that grounds the building. And that floor features a lot of the larger amenity spaces and gathering spaces for the building. And then the upper two floors are, a white box that's kind of sitting on that dark base. And there's these various frames that are articulated around the building that are changing in size and opening up for different portions of the interior and what's going on for the site. So the top left image is the view from West French Lake Road. So the building is kind of articulated with this large frame really oriented towards the lake. The top right image is after people would enter onto the site and they're about to turn into the parking lot. So kind of regular rhythm of the building with these smaller frames for the general office spaces and then larger areas of glass to bring daylight into some of the more larger communal spaces. And then the two bottom images are kind of interior to the site. The bottom left is the main entry and the bottom right is from the kind of southwest corner of the parking lot. Fairly pared down material palette using pops of Graco blue at special areas like the main entry and to highlight the east facade, and then also bring in some warmth with the wood look material here at the main entry. Wanted to touch on the parking a little bit. There were some questions about that. So the parking that's being provided, there's kind of multiple steps to that. So the building is planned for future growth. So day one, it will be occupied at a lower level. So that parking count that's being provided is for the full build out, 10, 15 years down the road when the building is fully occupied. So it will be much less occupied at the beginning of the building. And then we're also providing the additional visitor stalls and some stalls on top of that. So I think when we came here for the concept plan in November, we were kind of on the fence about screening the equipment on the roof. And I think there were some feelings from commissioners that that would be of benefit. So we have added that in. And we did increase the parking based on some of the conversations from last time. So it's kind of a big picture overview of the project. Any questions? Happy to answer anything or comments.
Hayden, can you go back to the site plan real quick?
Yes.
First, I appreciate the screen wall. I think that's a nice added benefit, especially for those who will be looking across the lake at you. Just on the parking, I realize you probably didn't study the proof of parking, but I figured you guys can better answer this question. But if you had to add more parking, on the south half of the parking lot, it looks like you could add stalls. And either both going south as well as to the west. And I rough estimated it. So that's why I'm pretty comfortable with the parking. But I think you could easily add another 50 if need be. And it would still not impact the impervious surface coverage of, I think, with my math. But so I'm comfortable with the parking from that perspective. But if you guys looked at that and can shed more light on it, I guess that I appreciate that. If you didn't look at it.
We have not looked at it.
Got it. That's all the questions I have. I think it's a good project, and I'm looking forward to you guys breaking ground.
Any other questions for the applicant? All right, thank you. We may or may not call you back up.
Thank you.
With that, we will open the public hearing at 7:50, if there's anyone here to talk on this one. I guess if there's no one here, I'll kind of echo Darren's. I was doing a quick, in my head, count. Easily along that western edge, I think 20 stalls is easy there to add in, plus more in that green space. There's other things they could look at with parking too, maybe even going narrow on some stalls to make more in the future, or do diagonal and open up one lane, in and out, traffic patterns to make future parking work within the same footprint. So the parking for this site, it does not have me concerned. Also knowing that it's a campus, not a standalone building, it has me less concerned about the parking count itself. So.
Yeah, I mean, I would like to, the only reason why I asked to begin with is just the fact that I wanted to understand the staff's rationale as to justification for the reduction. I'm not a huge proponent of over-parking anything, right? I'd rather see green than asphalt. And especially right adjacent to the lake too. I think that it's, the applicant here has done their due diligence to put in the parking that's needed and required. And I think we could all rationalize that if it comes to a point where they are in need of parking, extra parking could put in, there's some room to accommodate that. So I am also comfortable with the amount of parking proposed.
I think the other thing I've heard from commissioners is the setback of the high water level. In looking at the site, understanding the parking and where the parking's oriented, how the site's being used, it doesn't have any concern for me. I'd rather have all the parking on the backside as it's shown from that standpoint. So I have no issue with that, but I don't know if there's anything else to talk about that.
And I guess the only, I understand the height issue, meaning it's above everything, but I have no issue with it either from the standpoint it's such a small, compact building on the site. I think it actually adds some good variation to the other tall buildings around there. If it was a 500 feet span at 58 feet, different story.
Anyone online for this one?
If there is anyone online, feel free to use the raise your hand function for the public hearing.
All right. With that, we will close the public hearing at 7:53. Any further discussion? We had some recommendations from the council. Conditions of approval identified, item A, conditions of approval identified within resolution referenced are still applicable. Adherence to the zoning ordinance to be continued. And then the agreement with the properties to the north and south. And the Hennepin County comment letter and engineering comment letter.
Yeah, the main atypical condition of approval for this site specifically is that requirement as part of the Plat process to enter into a shared access agreement for those properties to ensure that all three properties are still able to use those accesses in the event that anything may change with the campus itself.
I don't really think it's necessary, but I know it's been discussed about adding a condition to expand parking if needed, but I don't think it's necessary. I think that a user like this, if they need it, they're gonna expand it. And likewise, the city, I mean, I guess at the end, I just don't want, if they ever got over, if it was underparked, I just don't want a bunch of parking on the street, because it's not, the street's not designed for that. Yeah.
With that, yeah, I guess with that, I'll make a motion to recommend approval of the preliminary plat and PUD amendment for the office building in the I-1 Light Industrial District, being the applicant being Graco, Minnesota Incorporated, with the 5 stated conditions as outlined in the staff report to be moved forward to the city council for consideration.
I will second that.
We have a motion of approval and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? Motion passes 4-0 with 1 abstain. Moving on to item 8C, preliminary plat amendment, or no, 8B, zoning map amendment for variance and preliminary final plat of reserve at Vineyard Meadow.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the Planning Commission. So this is another project that you saw in a concept form in 2025. The applicants have stated essentially that, by required by the city to hold off on any preliminary plat submittals for this specific request until the Metropolitan Council provided a decision related to the A3 zoning district and the interim large lots, well and septic sites that are provided now within that interim basis for development. Was that February 25th? February 25th, I believe the Met Council unanimously approved on their consent agenda this comprehensive plan amendment related to this type of proposed development. So that was essentially what we were waiting for until this point in time. So the site itself consists of roughly 117.5 acres currently split between 3 parcels, east of Brockton Lane North and south of Dayton River Road, west of Lawndale Lane North. So if you see where my cursor is here, this is where the lots are going to go, be proposed, oriented on the west side of this overall property boundary. And then over on this side, if you may remember from last year, a previously approved interim use permit for an event center that is expected to expire in 2075. So the properties are currently zoned A2 and A1, does require rezoning to A3, which is also a consideration tonight as part of the preliminary plat. The entire site is guided low-density residential and currently within the post-2050 staging area. One of the changes that you had seen previously due to Met Council requirements was the city's original proposal included properties that were in 2030 staging area to be included within this A3 eligibility. That main change was their request to limit it to only 2040 and post-2050 property. So here are your requests to consider tonight. First is a variance to allow 12 residential buildable lots, 11 new and 1 existing. Essentially, this is a variance to go above and beyond the density allowance for the 1 per 10 acre as approved by the by the Metropolitan Council. And then as well as a variance to allow for the creation of a lot without street frontage, and that is that existing 12th lot down on the south portion of the Plat area. roughly a 4-acre site in total. Preliminary plat of the reserve at Vineyard Meadows, and then that rezoning from A1 and A2 to A3. Just to orient ourselves here, this is a south view of the property itself. As you can see here, Brockton Lane, or CASA 13, is on the right side of your picture. And then this is the area that is proposed for the 11-lot subdivision, and then the existing residential home that is currently on site. Here's a general layout, probably easier to see within your packets than the PowerPoint, but the access to this site would be off the existing Shady View Lane North. The applicants are proposing a connection into that street that eventually goes north further to Dayton River Road, as well as a connection down to Brockton Lane. So there will be 2 accesses to this overall development as proposed with this plat. So just to get into some of the specifics related to the A3 district standards, and my next slide is going to show you a revised layout that calculates properly the net acreage on the properties. After conversations with the engineer, it does say that the minimum lot size proposed was 1.08 acres of developable land as defined in the code for this district. There were 5 lots roughly that did not meet that net acreage requirement, and additionally there was 3 lots that did not meet the minimum lot frontage along the new Shady View Lane North. I will say that through conversation with the applicant and through my own calculations of the plat area, there is enough developable area within this to readjust the lot lines to make all of these lots compliant. My calculation showed that with 11 lots, as proposed with the consideration of the variance, the average developable acreage based on that is 1.6 acres per property. So again, this is the revised layout. All of the properties are proposed to be compliant. Now, this will be updated as part of the preliminary plat moving forward and incorporated into this to show these revised acreages. So a couple of notes, and the applicant, again, is already working on some of these items. The wetland buffers were not originally provided as part of the civil plans and not shown. So as part of the changes and the conditions of approval related to this would be to delineate that 25-foot average wetland buffer, allowing for a minimum of 10 feet where necessary. There is one lot currently that has a wetland within the front yard of that, which would be covered by a drainage and utility easement. So essentially that area, less than 0.1 acres, would be netted out of that as well. The comprehensive plan does show future roadside trails along Brockton Lane North and Dayton River Road, and I provided some context at the concept meeting related to this. Because this area is being platted with, as proposed, staff is recommending that a trail easement of 20 feet in width be provided along Brockton Lane and Dayton River Road, the extent of the plat. In the event that Hennepin County does not provide requirement for additional right-of-way, that would cover or support a roadside trail along Brockton Lane North and Dayton River Road. What I'll say to that too is that I have been in preliminary conversations with Hennepin County. I have not received an official letter at this point yet, but we are anticipating that within the near future. Through conversations with Hennepin County, they are going to require additional right-of-way along Brockton Lane North to support a trail. There wasn't any additional right-of-way that was being requested off of Dayton River Road to this point. So upon that review of the requirements for the additional right-of-way, the roadside trail or the 20-foot easement that staff had originally proposed may not be necessary along Brockton Lane. So that's still kind of in flux, but I just wanted to point that out for the record as well. Landscape buffer is provided along Brockton Lane, the extent of the lot and block lots. The current count for the buffer includes an existing patch of trees on the south end of the plat, which is, if sustained and remained, that would be counted towards that landscape buffer requirement. However, given the linear footage along Brockton Lane with this development, Through my review, it appeared that the tree requirements were still 12 short in total, so that was another additional condition of approval that staff has provided for consideration. I already mentioned the streets. This is not going to be street lights. The one intersection proposed at Shady View Lane North and Brockton Lane will be lit as part of this. And I will note that as of right now, the Hennepin County is not requiring turn lanes along Brockton Lane North. At current, it is of interest for Hennepin County, as they said they would like to see that. However, they have not officially made that a requirement. Through discussions with the applicant, it's been clear that if turn lanes are required along Brockton Lane North, that might require an adjustment to the preliminary plat. So again, that's another item that may be still in flux as well with this project. So on to the variances now that we kind of summarized the preliminary plat request overall. The concept proposes 12 total single-family lots, which would require 120 acres for the total plat boundary. Currently, the plat boundary consists of 117.5 acres. If you include the previous easement areas, as the applicants have in their narrative, Dayton River Road and Brockton Lane North, the property increases to 119.5 acres. I'll just note that historically, this has not been a consideration related to plat requests to include previously dedicated easement area for adjacent roadways. And the applicant's also noting that 2 well sites adjacent to the property were previously a part of a larger parcel. Again, this is a case for any subdivision that occurs within the city of Dayton, as at one time a property was larger than what it is currently. Offering that latitude is it's a slippery slope related to that, related especially when it comes to these smaller acreage properties that are in these R3 developments that deem considerations related to being close enough on terms of what size accessory building can I be allowed to have. I'm only 0.1 acres off, but that line is there for a reason. I'll just note too that last month, if I'm not mistaken, the city council denied an ordinance amendment allowing for dimensional rounding. So I would say that the city has stated their stance on these types of requests with that review of the ordinance amendment in February. So ultimately, staff does recommend denial of this variance, and there's just due to the lack of justification for a variance with a brand-new zoning district that was provided and reviewed to meet Met Council standards to allow us to have this latitude to do so. The existing home on the existing single-family home is another variance request that was discussed previously at the concept meeting. The existing home on the site is expected to remain long-term, and the concept plan shows this lot being a landlocked 4-acre parcel. Landlocked meaning no public street frontage. Typically with new subdivisions, as part of the subdivision code, all lots are required to have lot frontage. Through discussions with both the Planning Commission and City Council, there was a little bit of an appetite during the concept meeting to allow for something like this to occur with this specific development. And staff would concur with the Planning Commission and the City Council related to that. We see that there could be justification for both decisions related to that specific variance. Mainly because there is the common ownership of the adjacent parcels provides a lot of latitude for the city to require any additional items that may protect that property to have street frontage in the future. So again, staff ultimately recommends denial of the variance for the 2/20 standard, but does concur that there can be justification made for the landlocked parcel due to the variability of the common ownership and the capacity that the city may be able to require some standard cross-access agreements. What limitations do we establish for the existing outlot that's going to surround this upon future development when sewer and water become available? Because this is post-2050 staging, this area is not anticipated to be developed within the near future and will not be allowed for further subdivision of well and septic sites until that sewer and water is available. They're utilizing these large outlots to justify the 1.5 acre sites to the east or to the west of this area. Ultimately, through the review, due to the unknown determinations on the requested variances, additionally with the Hennepin County's review potentially requiring turn lanes that could substantially change the preliminary plat layout in general, staff is requesting that the Planning Commission provide a recommendation tonight on the variances first, and then decide whether you feel comfortable moving forward with the preliminary plat request as is. I would say that based on staff's recommendations of denying the first variances for the 12th lot, if Planning Commission concurs with that recommendation, staff's ultimately requesting that the Planning Commission also table action on this subdivision request due to that affecting substantially the preliminary plat as designed. Again, staff does concur with Planning Commission and City Council related to the second variance. It can justify findings related to that. So that's those are essentially your first two considerations tonight, and then following that, we'll determine how you would like to proceed with the preliminary plat itself. There is one other thing that I just want to note for the record, is that the 35-acre parcel to the east, where the event center is being proposed, has to be platted as a lot and block, because if it is platted as an outlot, it is deemed unbuildable for the code standard. Now, this gets a little bit tricky with the wording of the ordinance and the comprehensive plan amendment. The interim use permit for the event center was approved for a 50-year term, so that is expected to expire in 2075. Upon that time, if the event center is ever deemed to go away, that property would also be eligible for sewer and water development. But at this point, a condition of approval related to this preliminary plat is there is no single-family homes permitted on this site, and is guided by the interim use permit for an event center. That's why I've been considering this as a 12-lot subdivision rather than a 13-lot subdivision for residential. They're similar and they're compatible in nature, but I just wanted to provide that distinction for the record as well. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Questions for staff?
Just to clarify, and I think I know the answer to this, but I just want to get the answer anyway. The applicant is well aware of the staff's recommendation to deny that variance request?
Correct,
Okay,
yes.
and then still decided to move forward on their own and get the understanding of the Planning Commission before making any decisions on their own?
So after the review of the preliminary plat, prior to the staff report being published on the website and sent out to the Planning Commission on Friday, I did make the call to the applicant to explain staff's rationale with this, and explain the level of variability that is current with this preliminary plat, and noted to them that this would be staff's recommendation to likely table that if in the event you guys, as the Planning Commission, denies one or two of the variances.
So if the Planning Commission, I guess where I'm a little confused here is, since we're a recommending body, if the Planning Commission denies one of the variances, why does that necessarily mean it should be tabled if the council can potentially trump that?
It would give you the opportunity. I guess that is a good point. You could recommend denial of this preliminary plat as is, and then bring that to the city council at a later date to have them make a determination on all three of these requests, four of these requests.
I don't know how staff feels about that, how the member that's on the council, the mayor's here, feels about that, but that just came to my mind is if, for example, we agree with staff and council doesn't, we're kind of trumping council.
I would say that just for clarity, in terms of if you recommend denial of the variances and table action, the tabling of the action would limit the city council to make a decision that same night for the variances, which then would give you a secondary look at this project in April. That's really the only difference in whether you decide to table action on the plat or motion for denial.
I think we could get some clarification from the applicant, because essentially they can take, they have their day in court, so to speak, with the council and take the chance that even if with the recommendation of denial from the Planning Commission, that the council might look at it differently and actually recommend actually approve that variance request. So get the applicant in front of the council with a plan as is, the way that they want to see it pushed forward. But I think through future discussions here, I think that the applicant might have a different understanding of the, if that would actually happen at the city council level. So, yeah, I guess we can keep going with discussion on that. We'll get to that.
And then the only other question I have for staff is, we talk about the agreement related to access to the one home. You were envisioning what the applicant's envisioning, and it is an easement be recorded that favors the house that's landlocked, but also gives the property owner that the easement's going over the right to extinguish that easement. And I would say at any point in time, once public water and sewer is available to site, and they provide a connection to the site for access. Is that what you're envisioning?
Yes, I'd have to talk to the city attorney related to that specific language being included within that easement agreement. However, it would also be a condition of approval related to the plat itself, that upon replatting, those expectations would be clarified with any future developer. But yeah, that is exactly what staff was envisioning with that.
That is a private easement, right?
Yeah, yes.
How would we have any say?
You put the power in so on the map, it's Outlot B, for example. You put the power in the control of the owner of Outlot B to extinguish that easement. And they can't extinguish it until they provide access to Lot 3, which obviously is going to be when they redevelop the site. So we don't have to extinguish it. It's just the powers in the Outlot B owner to do it when subdivision is potential.
I understand, I'm just wondering how we legally do that.
I think to elaborate on that, those types of easement agreements that the city may require that are considered private easement agreements, that would be tied to the condition of approval for the preliminary plat. So that is the city's
variance.
ability. Yeah. Correct, yes.
Yep.
All right, any further questions? Would the applicant like to come forward?
Sure. I'm kind of I'm the property owner, so.
Yeah.
So, Jack Burnens, 14770 Thicket Lane, and Dayton, 30-year resident. First, I want to talk about the variances, and then Chris can talk about, obviously when we submitted the preliminary plan, we kind of missed a few things. It wasn't intentional. It was accidental, I think, and he can explain that. First of all, I think, and maybe take the easiest first. Well, maybe let me back up 1 second. One of the reasons we're trying to push forward is we've been sitting on our hands for a long time because of the A3 thing, and that finally came through. Part of what's going on with this development allows my son to refinance his house, which allows us to move forward on the event center. If we don't get that done in a timely manner, then we're going to be 1 more year delayed on the event center. And so that's part of the urgency and why I decided not to table it, because we lose another month, and then, before we know it, it's summertime, and then we're getting into fall. We're not going to build this event center in the winter. It's just too expensive, and there's you guys know construction, lots of reasons not to. So on the first variance, which is my son's driveway event, essentially, we personally we don't need to submit a variance for that. If you want us to have him own 160 feet wide all the way out to Dayton River Road, so be it. But I think you guys brought up the last time that made absolutely no sense. We agree with you. So per staff's direction, we submitted the variance for that, really to satisfy what you guys were asking for. 20 years down the road, if my son owns 160 feet, I think it is, or whatever, all the way down that driveway, it's going to be, and I'm dead, it might be problematic, So I think what you guys are suggesting is better, but either way works for us. On the second variance, which we were also told we have to do this as a variance, although when we went back and listened to the city council meeting on the concept plan,
there was an alternative that I'd like to put out there. We were told that the number of lots is based on gross acres. And the gross acres is what Hayden put up there at 119.5. Our survey, which I'm glad to share with you, when I purchased the land, actually shows 119.62. Not that that matters, because you guys aren't going to do rounding. But when you add in the 2 well spaces that are on the land, that were previously part of the land, it's like 120.35 or something like that. During the city council meeting some months back, I think now we're all the way back to like last spring, I believe, like April or May. That's how long this has been going on. But Hayden actually suggested that there was another route, which was make the 2 wells a part of the plat, and that's all the city has to do is sign off on the plat. So if we made the 2 well spots part of the plat, we're 120.35. You guys sign off on it, we don't need a variance. And so there's no justifications, because I know the variance has to meet these 3 justifications and all that. So I would propose that that makes a lot of sense. The other thing was, we spent a fair amount more of our money/land by, if you recall, when we talked about the first concept plan, we were going to connect to Maria. And you guys suggested we connect over to Shady View. And when we were talking about this whole 11 lot, 12 lot thing, I think it was you, Darren, when I listened to it, it was, hey, we could see maybe doing the 12 lot thing if you guys are willing to go over to Shady View and add some extra acreage, which we did. We probably added 2 to 3 acres at least. And Chris could probably speak to that specifically. But we were trying to do what you guys were suggesting to do. I realize that variances can set precedents and things that the staff doesn't want, but there seems to be an alternative method, at least that was discussed in the city council meeting, I think it was in April last year. So I would ask that you consider that. And on the first variance, like I said, if you guys don't want to do that, we'll redraw it and put 160 feet all the way out to River Road. I think with that, and I do have a copy of our original survey, if it shows the 119.62, if you guys would like to see it, I can leave it there. I'll let Chris talk about some of the things that, you know, are more detailed in the actual plat in terms of the buildable acreage, the 1.5 and that type of thing. So Chris is from now Winseth, I think is how you say it.
Winseth? Yep.
Yeah, was Bogart Peterson, so.
So we updated our lot lines and then added the wetland buffer in there. And that is, we now have, I have handouts if you guys want them.
Yeah, I see them up there.
But we now have 1.5 acres for that net area on each lot. So I think there was when we added the 60-foot right-of-way in between lots 6 and 7, things got moved around and just kind of averaged between the lots to try and make it work instead of going back over the actual acres for each lot. So I think that's why we didn't have the correct acreage on there, but now we got it, everything shifted around and it's in there, so.
So, and you know, as far as like the other things that were brought up by staff, like the 12 trees, and I mean, that's not any big deal or anything like that. And yeah, I mean, I guess the only thing for us is that, you know, we heard back, well, I think Jason heard back from Hennepin County, and they said, you know, I think it was open or total access or whatever the verbiage was. We take that as no turn lanes. I mean, it's possible they could come back otherwise, but, you know, this isn't a PUD. we don't have 60 houses in here, and if we have to put $500,000 into turn lanes, it all of a sudden becomes probably not very interesting at all. And so if that happens, we would have to come back with an adjusted plan, but, you know, it's probably gonna be a cul-de-sac, and I know you guys don't like cul-de-sacs, so, so I would ask that you would consider the things that I've said and approve the preliminary plat with the conditions, and then on to, you know, on to city council. Just from a timing perspective, we're really crunched. We've already pushed our event center back 1 year. Now if we have to push it back another year, you know, it gets difficult. So anyway, Chris, do you have other things to say? Anything else? Or?
No, just going through the comments, the engineer's comments, everything seems like we can work through those. It's just getting clarification on how many lots is needed before we do anything.
Any questions for the applicant?
I don't have anything at this point.
All right. With that, thank you. May call you back up if.
Okay, yeah,
depending
no
on
problem.
public hearing. With that, I will open the public hearing at 8:25. If there's anyone here to talk about this item?
I do have one hand raised online as well.
Yeah, let's start there.
Okay. All right, go ahead and unmute yourself, and hopefully we can hear you. Can you hear her, Chris?
I can't hear her, but she's on the way.
Okay. That's what I'm doing here. Okay. Well, let's see. Just having some standby. We'll see if we can. Let's see here. Okay. Let's see.
Do we want to have any discussion? While
Yeah.
Yeah, while you guys, please.
Let's tackle the easy one, easy variance first. The driveway, I think, is an easy variance to.
I think it meets the practical difficulty. I have no issue with it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm good with it too.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a good way of resolving concerns that we have, and yeah, I think it's something we could justify to approve, recommend approval of.
That was the easy one.
Pretty easy.
All right. Lot counts.
Does it make a difference?
No.
Lot counts. Well, on lot counts, I guess I'll go first. You know, I'm a little on the fence and torn because I don't see the big deal with 12 lots versus 11, other than the fact the one thing that we're given a variance on is density that is related to the Met Council. I mean, would we notice a difference in the future if it was 11 versus 12 lots? No. 12 lots actually is more efficient, better probably for city. Like, there's more revenue coming to the city, there's more homes for plowing roads, all that kind of stuff. So I completely I don't have an issue with that. And that's where I guess I'm kind of waiting to hear some more you guys. I can see the strong argument of why you deny the variance, which is also why I brought up earlier is maybe I don't know if I want to table this. I'd rather see it go to the council, all of us express our opinions, because maybe this is meeting the objectives of council that they're willing to grant the variance. I don't want to make that decision by tabling it, so they can't make that decision.
I guess I'd echo that. Obviously, we had some discussion as a planning commission, and the council made a pretty firm decision on our whole rounding discussion, right? And my argument is that 117 and a half acres is not 120 acres. There's a pretty good disparity as far as square footage when you're talking about that. Now, in the grand scheme of things, if I'm looking at an 11-lot development or a 12-lot development, I'm not going to see a huge difference between those two. The unfortunate part is that the A3 district is a very newly created district that has backings of the Met Council as far as those density requirements on it. And then the first action we're going to take in this newly created district is to look at a variance one way or the other on that exact district that we just got done forming. It is precedent setting. It's going to be telling the public that we don't care about the densities, that 117 and a half acres really is 120 acres. That's the side to support recommending denial of the variance. The side that, in my estimate, would be to allow for the variance, again, I think is echoing a lot of what Darren is saying, is that there's some benefit to the city to allowing that 12th parcel. There's timing considerations for the whole development as a whole. If the city has concerns about when this whole development's going to be completed, there's some of those considerations. The letter of the law, unfortunately, again, is saying that there shouldn't be the reason for the variance shouldn't solely be an economic hardship or deterrent from the landowner or the developer, right? And in this case, I don't think there could be an argument made that this is something other than an economic reason why the 12th lot is needed rather than the 11th lot. So again, I'm on the fence too on the variance. If I'm taking a very technical approach to this, I would be recommending denial of the variance, taking staff's approach on this. I understand why they're saying it, but I could see the rationale to push this thing through potentially to the council and let them make that decision.
One comment for the rest of you guys speak about precedents, because I thought about that too, but I'm more concerned about precedents not on an A3, because there's just not going to be much of this A3 stuff beyond the next two. I'm more if the precedents comes back and haunts us on other stuff, and I don't know if it really could when you think about it, because usually there's enough density allowed.
I also think the A3 is kind of intended to be unique, right? It's not supposed to be just a traditional development, but is the suggestion by the applicant to include the well lots as part of the total square footage of Plat, is that a legitimate thing?
If it was, the city would have to be party to the development, so the city would be part of the developer. So
what's the answer then, no?
Preferably not. It complicates it quite a bit and lengthens the process.
Yeah.
Related to that, though, which I don't think it's worth, is most people don't allow right of way to be part of your net land area.
Yeah.
At some point in time, presumably they got paid for it, and now you're letting them, not that I really care that much, but usually it's excluded.
Yeah. I was just curious if there's an out-of-the-box kind of way to make sure that we're
Make
still
it easy.
following our, yeah.
Keith, do you have anything on that?
Nothing further than what you just talked about. I agree with everything Jeff said. It made perfect sense.
So I am, I'm looking at this and I'm just looking at that exact example there. Let's just say lot 1 down in the lower left corner was an outlot. This could go forward, right? And so we are now struggling with, now we'd have a vacant lot sitting there until 2050. Likewise, Lot 7 or any other lot could go through, the developer could have the exact same, that would just be an outlot, correct?
I'd be curious to hear staff's impression of, could we do that?
Could you repeat that?
So one of, let's just say Lot 7 or Lot 1, that'd just be an
Undevelopable lot.
Outlot until sewer and water came through? And it would meet the intent?
Or it's combined with an adjacent lot.
I'd prefer to meet the Met Council's future density requirements,
and
you'd plat it as an outlot.
Well, and this is where I'm going with this, because the way I understand this, we could see this property in a whole different manner of the 120 acres broken up into much larger lots that would be potentially harder to redevelop. We have a landowner that has come forward who's made a small pocket on their property and was able to fit in one extra lot that is in kind of a unique area, allowing a much larger part of the property to be developed in the future. And so I'm actually in favor of it because of those circumstances with what else is going on the overall parcel. You know, if this were 11 lots coming in on the total of 120, I'd have a different story here. Because it's all shoved to one corner, and the practicality of leaving one of these lots off doesn't really make sense in my mind.
If I could just note as well, the applicants did submit a ghost plat for this specific area as there wasn't a necessity to have a ghost plat for the entire proposed boundary of this plat. And the total acreage, the total density that was proposed with the ghost plat was 1.42 acres in this specific area. Staff did include in the staff report that there wasn't concern or anything like that of being able to meet what the comprehensive plan calls for in the overall area for this low density residential subdivision that requires a minimum of 2 acres per unit. So given the nature of this, orienting all of it to the west, staff doesn't have a concern related to meeting that eventual density requirement that the Met Council will require for sewer and water properties.
The history of the well sites, still on this. The city come and essentially request the land, and like, was it do we know the history of that, or was it offered up? Was it, like, is that a hardship, the fact that the city took part of their property?
It appears they were purchased in the year 2000.
5,500.
And the rest of the parcel was purchased in 2022. That could be a finance date too, but
yeah.
We're talking 25, 26 years ago. If it were 2 years ago, it might be a different story.
Yeah.
I don't think we should include the well sites in the count. But I'm looking at what the applicant's gone and done in this corner. You know, this is a very practical sense of connecting Shady View to Brockton. He could have done a cul-de-sac in 20 lots that didn't work for the future. And that's where I'm looking at this, is this works really well in the future.
Can you, I follow what you're saying, Peter, and I guess I'm trying to, because staff asked us if we're gonna approve a variance to provide the justification. And so far, you're the one that had a little bit of justification, so.
I'm gonna go.
Maybe Jeff.
I think before we go further, I mean, the rationale for staff to deny the application or deny the variance request is the fact that the plight of the property owner to approve a variance must be, or the plight of the property owner must be due to non-economic circumstances that are unique to the lot or parcel and not created by the property owner. So in this case, I think what staff is trying to argue is the fact that this could have been an 11-lot proposal meeting the minimum standards of the code, not requiring a variance. However, by putting in that 12th lot and requiring the variance, the applicant is looking for an economic advantage to that by having more lots available for sale. And so what we're doing is undoing, or we are unduly giving them that economic piece of that 12th lot, as far as saying we're going to approve a variance and let you build that 12th lot. I'm on board with everything you're saying as far as what makes sense practically, but when you're approving a variance, you have to justify by the terms of the code and ultimately state statute that those conditions for approval are met in our eyes or in the city council's eyes. So that's where I'm kind of having the difficulty. Practically, I think 12 lots makes 100% sense. For all the reasons that have been stated here. It's just, I don't know how we get about the fact that a variance is needed, and the really only reason why is because it makes it more economically viable for the property.
Is the person on the public hearing now available to speak?
Not through the main speakers, but what I will do is I will hold my laptop up to this microphone so it can be stated for the record. All right, go ahead whenever. See if this will work. I don't think it's going to work. Go ahead.
I don't think it's working.
I don't know if it's going to work. But in the, I guess in the alternative, if the person online wishes to type in the chat their comments and concerns related to this item, please feel free to do so. We are having technical difficulties. So we will. Let's see. Yeah, so we won't be able to hear you on online here through the microphone. So if you wish to still provide a public statement for this hearing, please feel free to type into the chat and we will reiterate for the record through the microphones. So I apologize for the inconvenience.
Yeah, otherwise, any comments that you have, Marcia, we can provide it to the city council when this goes to the council meeting.
That too, yes.
We still have an open vote. I know that. I'm trying to figure out who's going to make it and what.
I guess with that, I will close the public hearing at.
Is she typing a comment?
Let me see.
I believe so.
Hey, does they say who it was? If it's one of my neighbors, they can just call me, and I can hold my phone up to the microphone.
Yeah, it is Marcia Grover down on Fernbrook Lane.
Right, and I'll hear about this when I get home.
You're in trouble now.
Conflict of interest for her to call you.
It's a great system we have here.
Mr. Chair, if I could ask if there's more discussion?
Yeah, is there more discussion? I'm going to close the public hearing at 8:43.
So just to clarify, if this were 11 lots, a variance would not be required.
Correct.
We made some assumptions up here, and I'd like the applicant to come back up. I got to make sure that we're not making some wrong assumptions here. So my first question related to the assumption is, it's obvious that it's probably more financially feasible with an extra lot, but is it not financially feasible if you take away the lot?
Well, I think the part of the answer to that question is that we originally were going to Marie, and the road would be a lot shorter, and we could probably do the 11 lots. But I think the perspective was, obviously, we had a neighbor that wasn't excited about that. That was one thing. And then the second thing was, I think a number of you just felt it would be better to go over to Shady View, which we did. But we added at least 2 to maybe 3 acres out of, so there's, yeah. And then, so you get what I'm saying. It's like, okay, well, if we got to go to 11, are you guys...
Well, not to mention the road cost.
Yeah, no, I said the road cost it's a lot longer. I mean, do we go, we're trying to make this work. I mean, the A3 thing is, you're not a PUD, right? So you, you don't have 60 houses to spread the cost. And so, that's part of we were trying to meet what was suggested, and so we did that, and so that made sense with 12 lots. I don't know if the design we have right now makes sense with 11 lots, or if we got to go back to the other design. That would be, I can't answer for sure. We'd have to run the numbers and.
Well, and if I recall from our discussion at that time, I mean, that is where my head was at too, is this is and this is why I've stated this a couple times, this roadway network laid out compared to, and I'm looking at the old one on Paul's screen here, but this compared to that, this makes much more sense for the city in the future, and to me doesn't come across as an economic hardship, but really plants the seed that Outlot C is going to be a future road connection into the rest of the land for a development there. And
Yeah, so essentially, it's not unduly enriching the applicant. It's responding to what future development could look like and what makes the most sense for the city, right? So the city would benefit from this design over the original design that might have worked more economically with 11 lots for the developer. So, I mean, I could see that being justification for approving that variance as far as the economic hardship of that.
Yeah, I mean, essentially, in this other rendering, there was a much more future developable land that everything from Shady View to the east was there. So if you drew a straight line down, that's almost a full extra lot we added in. Lot 7 being the one we added in.
Right.
So.
It's a more efficient use of land.
Yes.
The way the current one is shown. Especially with the pond or wetland kind of nestled behind it to the east. And I think the grade drops off pretty quickly behind 6 and 7 here going to the east, right, towards the river road.
Yeah, as you go down, it's a low spot
Yeah.
at the back of 7 and 6.
Yeah.
So Jeff and Peter, you're saying that there is a practical difficulty to maybe justify a variance here?
I mean, I think it could be argued that there is now. I mean, looking at that, by that stance. The developer isn't doing this solely to benefit economically. He's not asking for the variance solely to benefit economically, is what I'm getting at. He's doing it in response to neighborhood concern, to discussion that he got from at previous meetings, redesigning work that they originally put together, and it just happens that this is what he came up with. You know, the alternate is saying, well, just take away Lot 1. Well, what's the difference of a house is there or not, right? I would think the city of Dayton would prosper better if there was a house there. And so I think economically, it's not driven solely economically as for the rationale for the variance. Of course, that's my opinion.
Well, and that's kind of where I was standing. I mean, I look at Lot 1 and 2 as, you know, if Jack were to, down in the lower left, if he were to drop one, it would be one of those two. They're the smallest footprint of a lot, and they're going to be the hardest ones to redevelop in the future.
Or you combine them and put one house on them.
Or he completely redesigns everything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
Well, I mean, maybe this is the economic piece that I'm not benefiting economically, is that when you take the additional cost of the road to go over to Shady View, plus the additional acreage, I'd probably be, I haven't crunched the numbers exactly, but I'd probably be better off going to Marie and having 11 lots.
I imagine probably.
So, I don't think I'm benefiting economically by adding a lot. That would, and if you want the numbers, we can run them and I can show you, because it's, I can't remember, but the road itself is, 4 or 5.
I recall you having
Yeah.
those concerns at one of our previous meetings, saying,
Yeah.
I could do that, but it's going to add another 200 feet of street, which
Road,
adds
yeah.
this much more cost to the overall development, so.
Well, and if you remember, the old design was pretty much just in and straight, and
Right.
this is more wavy and
more
aesthetically pleasing,
The
I
lots
think,
are
is-
actually bigger, which,
Yeah.
that was kind of the whole purpose of the A3, is to
Yeah,
have some bigger
to
lots.
make the bigger lots,
I mean,
yeah.
I think we'd like them even bigger, but we get it.
Yeah, I get it.
I can get behind Peter and Jeff's justification.
Yeah, I'd agree.
Look at me, I'm not there, I'm with the staff.
that's all right. That's all right. I'm looking for a motion if we're decided.
Mr. Chair, this is really difficult, and to try to simplify it a little bit. So in order to approve a variance, there's essentially 4 questions. If I could just ask each of these questions, and you can give comments of whether you agree or disagree. I gotta see first. Okay, so the first statement is, a variance may only be permitted when the applicant establishes that there are practical difficulties in complying with the zoning ordinance, meaning A, the property owner proposes to use the lot or parcel in a reasonable manner not permitted by the zoning code. And so my question is the 12th lot a practical use?
It's being used in a reasonable manner.
A
in my
reasonable
opinion.
manner, I'm sorry.
Yes.
Yes.
Yep.
Okay. B, the plight of the property owner must be due to non-economic circumstances that are unique to the lot or parcel and not created by the property owner.
The city requested during the concept plan to connect to Shady View, which is not what the property owner originally recommended. They recommended Maria.
See, head nods?
Yes.
Okay.
I concur.
C, the variance must not alter the essential character of the locality, so with the 12th lot, alter the locality of otherwise of an 11-lot subdivision. So,
I don't think it would
That's a no.
change, right? Yeah.
and then D, this is just by statute, the practical difficulties include, but not limited to, inadequate access to direct sunlight for solar energy systems. Yep.
It's very specific.
Okay.
Does that meet your requirements?
Yes.
All right.
Yeah, so we'll have to, unless the motioner gives a true definition, we'll go back to the tape and summarize with the comments that were said for the findings. But just to summarize, say the city caused the practical difficulty by requiring the connection to Shady View rather than Maria.
But Shady View does allow solar.
I would caution in the wording of that we didn't require that. We made a suggestion to the developer to consider that option.
Certainly.
Which they did. So it wasn't a requirement by the city to do that.
And the consideration was due to, making platting the rest of the property someday more efficient and easier with the
Yeah.
connection.
Okay.
So if the planning commission is comfortable moving forward with all 4 of these as recommendations for approval to the city council to consider, we would just look for essentially one motion related to the two variances, the preliminary plat and the rezoning, subject to those conditions of approval.
I'll make the motion to put it on the table. If there's more discussion, that's fine, but I would recommend approval of the preliminary plat rezoning to A3 and the variance request to, one, exceed the maximum density in the A3 district, and two, allow a single-family home on a parcel with no road frontage. And was there any conditions of approval on that?
The only condition of approval related to the variances was that access easement to be reviewed by the city attorney to essentially just kind of get the city's blessing related to what is that
Right.
specific language.
So, and then, yeah, with any other items for consideration or recommended, or for items for approval on any of those as recommended by the city staff. So that's my motion.
I'll second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed?
No.
Motion passes 4-1. Thank you.
Thank you.
Moving on to item 8D.
Thank you, Commissioners. I don't know what the heck happened.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a concept plan for Dubay Lake Preserve. Just generally, this project is located on the north side of 117, northwest of Fernbrook. So this is kind of the general description of the property. It's about 257 acres in size. Does include several property owners. Two of them are part of this project. But it also goes plats two other properties that are not part of the project. The applicant has provided two concept plans. Concept one is with 453 lots, and concept two is with 478. And this is a combination of both single-family detached homes as well as attached townhomes. The intent is that this project would be rezoned from A1 agricultural to R3 residential. There's generally four critical topics on this, just 117th Avenue, north-south street connections, potentially a community park, and potentially a neighborhood park and trail system. We kind of lucked out in this in that we did have an aerial photo of the general area. So the area that's highlighted in yellow is the approximate area, so I don't anyone that may live in Brayburn neighborhood can kind of see what the proximity is. Okay. It looks like about the same slide I had before. Okay. Let's see if I'm going to get rid of that. Just side-by-side comparisons, we have concept one and concept two. The primary difference between the two is in concept one, there's an angled road that connects 117th to a future 121st. Concept two, that is not there. There is a difference in the townhome layout between concept one and concept two. Otherwise, the single-family homes are the same. They're on the western portion of the project. First comment, so in the 2040 comprehensive plan, there was an idea of having an X corridor, what was commonly referred to as the X. That was removed by the council in, I believe it was 2023, as it related to, at the time that Brayburn Trails was platted. One question that was brought up just among staff is there any interest in having a I'm going to call it an angled connection that would connect Fernbrook to eventually to Zanzibar or the Dayton Parkway corridor? And I'm just looking for a general reaction.
I think my reaction is how the line's drawn is not exactly that from Fernbrook. But I would like to see some connectivity to this area to where the future Zanzibar is, which appears to not be correct on this map on top of it. It's too far east, I think. Could be wrong. It's down in the northwest corner. I feel like it's, or the southwest corner, I mean. I feel like it's I don't know. Can't really tell with this angle, but anyway, where the future, I'm going to call it the city center. It's not exactly a city center, but where that is, I'd like to see things connecting to it. Whether you're, so if you're residents and want to go there eventually in 15, 20 years, you have to go all the way down to 117th and then back up and over, or is there a better central connection to that area?
Sure.
That's kind of where my gist of it is. And I'm not looking for a major collector street, but it is like a collector street with limited curb cuts.
Okay. I want to back up a little bit. So the idea of a concept plan, just for anyone watching it, this is a very high-level review. There's no formal approval with this. It's the Plan Commission and council members are going to give their opinions on what they like or what they don't like, or any recommendations. The intent is that the developer can then take those comments and make edits or changes to the plat or to the project before proposing a preliminary plat. All the comments that are made are non-binding, so the commissioners can say one thing and then say the opposite later on. It's really for the benefit of the developer, and you're going to hear potentially conflicting comments, and that's all fine. So the whole idea is to kind of talk out ideas and come into create a better project from these conversations. Okay, so and just back up a little bit. So in these dashed lines are all just assumptions, and I'm going to use the terminology fat lines on paper. The reasoning for where the lines are drawn is that this is the existing Zanzibar, so this is essentially an extension straight south, and then following a kind of the natural topography to connect to where approximately the intersection of East French Lake Road and 117th. There's actually a house here, so it's kind of off the screen here. In this line, it's difficult to see on the screen, there's a large wetland complex here, and so this line roughly follows the wetland, the edge of the wetland, and then just makes a straight line up to Zanzibar. There's no reason why it's straight or couldn't curve or whatever. It's a fat line.
This is just leading us halfway back to where we were at the X that everybody didn't like, that the city council threw out.
Yes.
So
because we weren't going to develop here in 3 years.
No, that's not the reason. I don't think that's the reason at all.
No.
But we just didn't think that was the right design for streets in the city. They were looking more for north, south, and east-west routes. This is the diagonal cut across to the middle of the city again. They thought we were looking more at a possible extension of 121 to go straight west. I know we can't go anywhere the park is, so that doesn't leave us a whole lot of area when they own 14% of the city. But if you took 121 and went straight west with us, you don't go through the park.
So 121, essentially going straight west. So
Right.
this 121 would be, I think that would become 120, the equivalent of 125th. And then connect to Zanzibar.
Just to clarify my comments, John, is where the Braybell Trail intersection is, the Brayburn Trail intersection, which
Yes.
is the further west, I believe,
Okay,
right there.
right here.
That's where I was thinking, and there's already a road kind of there, but that's the road that it's the midpoint between Dayton Parkway and Fernbrook.
Okay.
Is more of a collector street heading north to get to what's going to be the denser development in the city for residents.
I've got a question on that in a future slide. But,
Okay.
So I guess the general question for this, and it can be a quick yes or no, is is there any interest in a diagonal connection between Fernbrook and Zanzibar?
No.
No, not for me.
Okay. So critical topics. So I'm trying to tackle two items on here. The first being 117th Avenue and the second being North and South Streets. 117th Avenue is outlined in red here. The intent here, excuse me. The intent of the staff's recommendation is that this street would be widened so that it would allow 2 full lanes plus 6-foot shoulders. And it would have, there's an existing trail on the south, and there would be an additional trail on the north side of the road.
How does that align with what we approved for the substation? Do we have enough width?
I think it'd be similar to the substation.
I believe we did allow for additional width.
We widened it, yes.
Yeah, I kind of remember talking about that.
The substation is set quite a ways back off from 117.
Oh, yes, but I think we're Peter's talking about the right-of-way, the amount of right-of-way that the city required when that was platted.
Right, and then when, I forget the name of the development in the northeast corner of Sundance that just got platted, we got extra right-of-way there too, correct? Yes, it looks like we did.
Rayburn Trails East.
Yeah.
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 Yep, there was an additional 10 feet beyond what was done in Rayburn Trails.
Yeah, to me, it makes complete sense to widen that road over time and get either 2 lanes in each direction or turning lanes, one or the other.
So keeping on with the 117th corridor, currently the city's in the process of doing a corridor study for Fernbrook. I think one of the improvements that we're looking at is roundabout at 117th and Fernbrook. The expectation is that the developer would contribute proportionally to that cost of the roundabout. And just adding a little bit, so this project is large enough that it's going to require an environmental assessment worksheet or EAW. The EAW, I'm going to say, is more of an environmental study that includes a traffic study. And so through this EAW, it should predict the amount of additional traffic that this project will generate, and through that we can figure out what the proportional cost share would be towards the roundabout. Okay, that's the red line. Orange line, these are the north-south corridor. So, again, there's 2 concepts, concept 1 and concept 2. Concept 2 proposes 2 north-south streets. In this case, the eastern north-south road, I'm going to say roughly about 2/3 of it either goes through wetland or has no internal street connection. Staff has had kind of some mixed opinions about it, but overall it is suggesting that this road probably isn't needed for the project, or the project doesn't necessarily benefit from this. The purple roads, again, this is an assumption here, the possible 121st Street. Again, there is a very large wetland complex here. There's a small, a small connection where the road could connect through and then kind of meander over to Zanzibar. So I guess the question for the commission is that easterly north-south road necessary?
I don't think it is.
Well, if you're planning on trying to figure out a way to get people north and south in the city, and you're adding this many homes and this many cars in here, you have to have some blacktop someplace for those cars to go.
So without this connection, I think the majority of the traffic is either going to come this road down to 117th or this road to 117th and then come out on Fernbrook. If this connection is there, what that does is I'm not going to call it a shortcut, but it relieves traffic numbers between 117th and 121st.
I don't see many people going north, to be quite honest.
No. Could I ask what the predominant traffic pattern, anticipated traffic pattern, is it to go to Fernbrook?
Yes.
Okay, so it wouldn't be to go to Dayton Park, like, let's say people need to get on the highway, is the predominant traffic gonna be going to Fernbrook, or would it go to Dayton Parkway? Or half dozen and one and six in the
It'll be
other?
both, but predominantly the general traffic does move, northwest to southeast.
Okay.
So going in towards the city or towards the metro, but it will be both in this case with Dayton Parkway being an option.
I mean, as far as that, the eastern north-south, I think traffic studies will make a better determination on whether or not that should connect all the way through or not, or if it's just part of the development. I have those concerns also with, the number of trips per day or actual cars that are gonna be added with this development, not to mention, the folks who live south of 117th, having to figure out all that traffic as well, so.
Well, so, in my mind, we need to think about what these two roads need to look like too.
Right.
The one on the east, to me, it depends, right? It depends what do the homeowners and the property owners, east of that road want and need. I mean, do they need access to develop parts of their land? And are we giving it to them so we don't have to have development off of Fernbrook? And so, in my mind, I think it is needed, with those questions.
Well, I think the issue is the whole southeast corner, we're already cutting it off by this,
That's a different issue with the concept plan.
Yeah.
But you can't even get there. Like, this road is, this wetland complex about midway up, you're not gonna be able to get there anyway, to Fernbrook. And so really, it's just that corner down here in the southeast corner of 117th and Fernbrook that I'd like to see some access to as far as developability.
Now the west road, and I know, John, you haven't really gotten there yet, but we need to think about what that road needs to look like before we determine if the east one.
You're talking about the Zanzibar corridor?
That one, yeah.
Okay.
I mean, we need to know what that one's gonna look like to know what the smaller one's gonna look like. We can all agree that's gonna be the smaller one if it's on the east.
Okay. So in either cases, and when the developer comes up, he can correct me. So these are, essentially streets that are going to have homes and driveways that are accessing them. So,
boulevards.
If possible, I'd prefer the other way. Because we're putting, like, the east straight is the one with no homes on it right now, but Fernbrook's right there. It's like, I'd rather get it more in the center between Dayton Parkway and Fernbrook to have that road that there is no home curb cuts on it.
Okay.
You're thinking like a Rush Creek Parkway?
Not necessarily that wide, but yeah.
But where there's no homes, it's backyards?
Yeah, just like they have here on the East Road. On the East Road, there's no driveways on it.
Yep.
But to me, Fernbrook's right there.
Yeah, I don't see the need to connect the east one up to 121st. I think going through that kind of tree wetlands, it's not developable in that area, so I don't know why we would extend the road through there. We're so close to Fernbrook. But then I agree, the one that would be more west or centered would be nice to have a more improved drive, whether it's residential street with parking on the sides or something, right? So you're not parking in
Or
your
even like
drive
the
lanes
Pioneer
or-
Parkway, like up on the north side of town.
Something
So
more
More of a
intentional.
parkway design versus,
Yeah.
or just, I'm gonna say a street that doesn't have driveways.
Mainly.
I think a parkway design would be pretty appropriate through here.
Appropriate?
Yeah.
Okay.
Especially if it's gonna connect between 117th and 121st.
Right. And what's ever gonna happen west of 121st is gonna be pretty dense. That's why it seems like we wanna be able to connect these neighborhoods that have more alternative routes to get to it.
Other comments on the north-south corridors?
The only thing that I would say is that what I remember on the discussions with Dayton Parkway is that it's going from the freeway, it's going to the heart of Dayton, where we're going to theoretically build somewhat of a downtown area. That's the thought process. And if we're running streets and funneling them off from all the new developments onto different roads away from Dayton Parkway, and then they still have to turn left or right and go on these smaller feeder streets to get there, I think we're creating ourselves a problem in the future. I think we need to keep in mind that whatever streets we make should be feeding Dayton Parkway, because, I mean, you can't feed 121 because it's just too busy already. And if we're looking to feed something, it should be Dayton Parkway. Theoretically, that's going to hold and be able to handle a whole lot more traffic in a safe manner than 121 can in any shape or form. And Hamilton County's clearly not going to spend any money on 121. They've already told us that.
So to echo Keith's comment, is that westerly orange line goes north. Eventually, after it gets off of this property, that's where I would agree with Keith. It needs to start bending to the west to connect the Dayton Parkway. And that's where there could even be like a three-way roundabout where it bends back to the east to get up to 125th, because I'm not sure putting 121st all the way east to those wetlands is even worth it. You could have like a roundabout there and send traffic in two different ways, one to Dayton Parkway and one back to Fernbrook.
Sure, so well, I can't, but if I could move this line, essentially have a stronger connection through here. So, this doesn't connect to Fernbrook, but it connects 117th and then moves towards, I'm going to say the Zanzibar.
Yeah, whether it's, and it could be, because with the roundabout, it could be almost a right-hand turn, you know what I mean?
Sure.
Where does Dayton Parkway come into this picture? Is he even there? The future plan of it?
No.
Does it come into the northwest corner there?
Is Dayton Parkway.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Except for in the southwest corner, it's too far east.
The
It's
Dayton,
further west.
there's about a quarter-mile corridor where Dayton Parkway can go.
Right. It lines up with Zanzibar, though, right? At some
Approximately,
point.
Yeah, once you
And the
get north
parkway
of
goes
Dubay Lake, you pretty much, it's
straight shot.
It's a straight shot, so, it's right there, it's where it gets the other way, it's a bigger swooping curve going to the west. Because right now, they got it connected to East French Lick Road.
So just in summary again, this connection would not take place. This is a little bit questionable if this connects to Fernbrook. The main north-south travel corridor would be from 117th through here and then over to the Zanzibar Dayton Parkway corridor. And then the preference was that this would be more of a parkway corridor rather than having houses that are fronting it.
And there's some major topography, or I shouldn't say major, but there's some topography in that area to work with too, that it'll make more sense where to put that intersection.
Okay. Next question. So this is more related to parks and trails. This area in Dayton is identified in the comprehensive plan for a community park. Again, fat lined on a map, not necessarily on this project, but in this general area. The questions of what is the most appropriate place for a community park and trying to define what a community park is. I'm going to use if any of you are familiar with Andrews Park in Champlin, that's roughly 47 acres. This would be bigger than that. So the idea is trying to define a community park, whether it's a sports complex or a sports complex with other amenities, but the idea is it serves the larger community. In thinking of, big picture-wise, when you look at a map of the city, where would a community park go that's accessible to everyone? And generally speaking, it would be, if there's two community parks, you'd have one in North Dayton, one in South Dayton, that would align along the Zanzibar Dayton Parkway corridor. This would be probably the south end of that. So, again, this is very high-level concepts of just drawing how things might fit. If there's an interest in exploring a community park on the south end of the Zanzibar corridor, the thought is of also requiring a small portion of this project to be dedicated as parkland. The reason why this area is that there are some common topography areas where this matches with this area. Again, to Darren's note, this is a fairly hilly area. But again, the idea of if we don't look at these bigger questions, I'm not going to say we're going to run out of land, but houses are going to be built where someday a park should have been, or a road, or anything else for that matter. Back up a little bit. 2024, the city did purchase 9 acres here, potentially for a fire station, potentially for parkland. So that's why there's a question mark here. For trail corridors, this is the overhead power line. The intent here is that a trail would be continued along the power line corridor. That is also shown on both concept plans. Staff is recommending a trail along the north side of 117, and then potentially a trail that follows this wetland complex and goes around this wetland. If the city council determines that this is not an appropriate area for a community park, the question is it an appropriate area for a neighborhood park? So this is Area 21, or now Dayton Farms Park, going up the corridor. The intent here is that there'd be another neighborhood park that's somehow connected along the same corridor. As it relates to this project, again, this is a nice large wetland area. It might be practical to put a neighborhood park here, but not necessarily on this location. Again, kind of the point that I'm trying to make is that we do need to be a little bit more proactive in planning.
Yeah, I mean, I like the idea of a bike path and pedestrian connection weaving through the city there off the main roads, something a little safer for kids and families, and kind of weaving together the parks. I know when my kids were little, we'd bike ride between parks and kind of make it a morning, and this would, allow something like that to happen and connect these communities that are being built. I don't know enough about the topography and where you've got the one there, if that's the appropriate place for it or not, but.
Besides the topography, west of Dubay Lake, once you pass the woods, would have been a good park area, like community park area, but there's a pretty big hill there.
Yep.
Which seems you'd want to, if you're really looking for land, then it'd have to go north of Dubay Lake. That's where it's all flatter. Because the community park, what's the size again? Like 20 plus acres?
No, like 40? I think it's 40 to 100 acres.
Probably closer to 40. Yeah.
I think you're right. We need to look ahead to find out where that's going to be, or there's going to be something there, like there is already. I mean, to me, having grown up in the city, there are some beautiful places in the city there that we could have had city parks, but a lot of them are gone now because we've always built around them. I think Dubay Lake could be a perfect place for a park, but I mean, if nobody has plans of doing that, I mean, the north and the west side of that lake, I think would be fairly suited for a city park. I also think that the south end of Grass Lake, if you know where that's at, on the western border with Rogers, that property back in there that's not developed yet, it's all woods, that's a beautiful place for a park if you've ever been back there. It's absolutely gorgeous. And where else? Well, we already destroyed the west side of French Lake. We've already built industrial there, so that would have been a perfect place for a park too. Fairly flat land, buildable for a park. So that's gone. And the other one that comes to mind is the east end of Diamond Lake. I mean, it's fairly low land. I think at one point it was probably lake bottom from Diamond Lake. It's right across the street from the city garage. Yep, and the police department. I think that would be a perfect place for a park too. It's centrally located in the city, and we haven't built it out yet. Honestly, don't see them building a whole lot of houses in there because the water table's got to be really high in there. It's so close to lake level, the land itself. But those four just come to mind. But if you don't figure out where they are and try to get your hands around them, pretty soon they're all gone.
You know, and I guess as it relates to this development, I think we just need to be very conscious of what's going on in the northwest corner if north side of Dubay Lake is chosen.
And again, the intent here, these are very high-level questions of just to get the commission thinking about I'm going to say the larger community, so. Any other comments specific to parks and trails? I've got here a question that this, can't remember how this came up. This came up at a recent council meeting of the idea of snowmobile trails and trying to protect those within Dayton. And also, that's also a much larger question or a topic that we don't need to tackle tonight, but.
I was gonna say that is a combination probably of a lot of private agreements and there's a lot going on there.
Well, and I think having, Keith said very eloquently, 14% of our land in Elm Creek.
Yeah.
With them having trails, it seems to make sense to have some connection corridors to get to the park that are not on roads.
Any other comments related to parks and trails?
I think some of our other kind of larger developments have seen trails throughout the community too, like, in between backyards or kind of cutting through some of the neighborhoods. We got a couple really long blocks of housing right in the middle. There's that kind of looping kind of right there. I mean, that's like 25 houses backed up to each other on each side, like, some pass through that. So, I mean, that's maybe a little nitty gritty, but just thinking of kind of connectivity within the neighborhoods, just providing more opportunities for that. And just opening it up a little bit, providing some connection, and doesn't have to be parks, but just trail areas.
So whatever trails are part of this project, they're connected to each other.
Yeah. Yeah, thinking of like trying to get kids from the far cul-de-sacs over to this north-south bike route,
Sure.
bike path, like without having them like navigate 3 or 4 roads. Like, is there a nice, easy bike path that can kind of cross through the neighborhood?
Okay.
And I don't know if we've looked at our trail plan since the X was removed. I'm assuming we haven't.
No.
But that's the other thing, is making sure that we are connecting, I'm getting referred to as the city center, I don't know what else to call it.
Yep.
But connecting that to the Elm Creek Park, and that might have to come through the edge of this, or maybe it goes where 121st is kind of shown in there, but something, it's got to be thought in, and I think the Parks Commission should be thinking about that if we choose to go ahead and open this up to current staging.
When you're talking about connecting with Three Rivers too, I think we have to have some conversation with them on where they will allow that to happen. I mean, Tom wanted to connect under 121 and was willing to put a tunnel under it. They wouldn't let him do it.
Well, that was water table was the problem with that.
On the top of the hill?
No.
So they're gonna put the tunnel on the bottom of the hill?
No, they
just didn't wanna do it.
They didn't want it, it didn't work for their plan, and we gotta go up, a block up and block down, that's, how many miles do you bike, but, they didn't want the trail change, so, yeah.
The future connection into Elm Creek Parkway or Elm Creek Park would come off of 121st. So off of this, currently I believe this is a gravel road.
Is there an actual trail in the park at that location?
There
That's
used to be a
paved?
road, and now I don't know if it's a horse trail or, you can see the reminiscent of where the road was 40, 50 years ago.
You're talking about the road that goes down and turns a square corner and turns into Pineview? The top of the hill, that road? Is that where you're at?
No.
I'm confused where you're at.
Okay, so here's Fernbrook. This is 121st that goes straight west and then dead ends. Before the park was there, this was a through road. I don't know what it connected to.
It went in and made a square corner and went straight north to Pineview.
It's still cut that way.
Yeah. That was the road. I grew up driving on it. That was the road. Bleasy Farm was down there. Wayne Bleasy that developed and built across the street here. His farm was down there.
I guess the trail connections, I mean, that's something we need to work through with Three Rivers. That's not something, they're gonna have a comp plan of what they wanna do, and
We just gotta get them there from our city though.
Right, we just don't want to build a trail to nowhere.
Well,
They won't let us into the park. That's my
where-
thought.
What Three Rivers had said is that a future connection would be at 121st rather than 117th or 125th.
Okay.
Okay. That's interesting.
So other questions or comments related to parks and trails? Okay. Staff's recommendations, and this is more specific to streets and roads. So if going with concept one, this is showing the roundabout here, getting rid of this, the easterly north-south connection, and then I'm going to say curving this road so that it's more of a linear, I shouldn't say linear, but an easier, smoother curve to connect up to 121st. Same thing with this road. And then this is showing right turn lanes and left turn lanes. I guess one question for the Planning Commission. Left turn lanes would be an off-site improvement. We did not require this with Brayburn.
The left turn lanes will be
I'm sorry,
accomplished with the widening. The right turn lanes
Yeah.
would be off-site.
Right turn lanes from eastbound 117th into Brayburn. From the commission's perspective, are they needed or not?
I think they're 100% needed. I don't know if they are needed right now today, but we need to 100% plan for them. And
So in other
I
words-
would, Tom hasn't gone up here to speak about this, but I'm assuming this isn't happening tomorrow, so we need to put that in this context. It might happen sooner than later, but it's going to be a phased development. And so at some point in time in that phasing, you put more houses up, you need those turning lanes, no different than you need the roundabout at 117. And you need to finish 117 to the west to connect the Dayton Parkway to make it a better road.
With concept two, very similar. Roundabout stays. This connection would be moved farther to the west so that it connects. I can't think what the street. I'm saying Minnesota, but I could be wrong. on that.
Lanewood Lane,
What?
Minnesota Lane.
Minnesota Lane. So that there's a connective north-south from Dubay into Brayburn, and then this road would kind of curve over, and then the same issue with the right and left turn lanes.
I'd say the one thing about I understand why staff wants to move it to connect to Minnesota Lane, that makes complete sense. But part of it also, if it stays where it's at, I feel like we're not looking at those properties to the east of this development that abut the Fernbrook. We don't want, if they ever got redeveloped, we don't want them to have access from Fernbrook. And so, depending on what use goes there, like maybe that's a high-density corner. You might want that road further east and not even line up with the intersection. I mean, I understand why people want intersections to line up, but if we're putting turn lanes in, does it really matter a lot? I mean, I'm kind of looking at Jason there.
Well, the road will be wide enough to do a continuous left turn lane, so it'll be easy to accomplish if they are offset.
Yeah.
Or we would just do individually at the access points themselves and then go to shoulders for the rest.
Right. So the question then is more of what's going to be I think it's single family, but is that west side of Fernbrook that butts up to this development, what is that land use going to eventually be, and how are you going to access it?
I think the access would come off of 117th as far west as practical, so which would be at the edge of the wetland. If that's going to be whether it's townhomes or apartments, or it could be, whatever the use is, it would work, or it could work.
Yeah, it seems with density on that road would be better.
Good question for Jason. On 117th, if you line the roads up north and south so that they're across from each other, is that a safer and a better designed intersection than if you have multiple staggered roads that just go one way or the other?
Generally speaking, you want to limit your access points and align them the best you can, yes. Yep.
So an example on DCM Farms where we're realigning 113th to meet up with 114th.
With the roundabout at 117th, Jason, how far spacing would they want before you had a curb cut?
I'd probably say 660 feet would be your minimum target before having an access.
Right, and we're already by the two properties now.
And what, sorry?
We're already on to this development and went over the two properties. Because it's about 600 feet
Oh, sure.
to that wetland. Yeah, and I agree with what Jason's saying and Keith is saying, but, and I'm not saying it has to be that way, but we also don't want too many curb cuts heading north. And so if you have to choose to make a curb cut, I think that we have to hear the justification of if we don't, if we do stagger them, what's the logic to it? And part of that's gonna be the land use.
Other comments?
Well, and to that point, that's why when we were talking like north-south roads, the one further to the west, we're connecting across the street to a bigger roadway. The one to the east is, you know, that's basically a driveway for that pocket of homes, right?
Yeah, you hit it.
You know, I envision people not necessarily, you know, if someone's going to visit a friend across the way, there's not going to be very many. I wouldn't envision a whole lot of traffic going straight across through this neighborhood. They're going to go out on 117th and turn.
It's not a shortcut to get to Fernbrook, so you're going to go from one person's house to another person's
Right,
house. Yeah.
right. The other thing I have a concern with, I'm looking at this just to bring it up and make a point to say it, is we talked trails a little bit ago, and we have that trail crossing right by the substation at a non-signal or a non-intersection.
Yep.
And that's going to be a concern of mine. Just what that looks like and what it's going to be.
I think it'd be similar, I'm thinking of the raised median that we have by Dayton Elementary School where, you know, throughout 117th, it's just 2 lanes and shoulders, and where we'd have a pedestrian crossing, you'd have, I think of it, you know, some people refer to it as the neutral zone, but it's kind of a landing area that you can stop and you're not gonna have cars that are running, you know, 2 feet from you. It's not a big area.
Well, and just thinking about, I mean, I'm thinking about how I've used the trails around here. I've got a bike and a Burley, or now I'm on a tandem bike with my daughter, and I'm long. Those medians do not work for me.
Mm-hmm.
They're not safe, and they're not safe for the kids in these neighborhoods. So we got to think about that. And crossing at an intersection, sightlines tend to be better, and just there's some different ways to treat it, right? So thinking about sightlines through there, all that stuff. There's some false safety in those raised medians, John, in my opinion.
You think they're not wide enough? Is that your thought?
Yeah. Yep.
Okay, other comments related to parks and trails? Well, I'm sorry, we're just talking about 117th. That's the last slide I have, so the developer is here to, I don't know if there's any clarity you'd like or questions you have for the commission.
I'm quite a bit, I think I could share.
Yeah, come on.
So first, just talk about the transportation. So a lot of your notes, I did, where we drew a couple different concepts, right? So, could you go back to the other one? The only reason I drove, I mean, this wetland gap isn't as high as you think, right? So the only reason, I know there was a question through, you know, the neighborhoods, or connecting from north to south. So we do have this going here. I'd be strictly against this one over here, that one you have the 2 lines on the board. I mean, this is just a lot smoother spot through. We got, you know, closer to the lake. All these lots are larger lots. I just I think this goes smoother. But the only reason I did this, and it was just for thought, right? I tell you what, if you wanted to build, I wouldn't even want to build that road through the wetland, but I'm just wondering from a city's perspective, if you were in Maple Grove, southern Maple Grove, and you went to Nottingham Parkway, you went to Maple, right? You're not gonna have a house on the street. Is there just somewhere that, hey, you want a cool feel for a street, for the city to connect back and forth, right? It's not even having a parkway, but now you're not even looking at the back of somebody's yard. Now you're just looking at trees and wooded area going through. Is that an amenity that would be good to the city, right? You know, you could say half a dozen one, six of another. I'm not really, it's just food for thought. That's the only reason that we laid that one out. The other option, I guess while I'm up here, would be, I really think the street needs to be connected here, not have the entrance, but it just left, you know, a transportation question. Does it even go here and connect and go along the power line, right? If we have a parkway. If, you know, somewhere, right? I can understand why the city would like to have a road going north to south. Is that just a better connection going there? This wetland isn't that big there. Is it, you know, I don't know really what the plan would be. But those were thoughts. I didn't draw it on the power line right away because I just wanted to keep a couple out. I mean, way back before any of this developed, way back when I was a kid, Maple Grove, right? Fernbrook was going to go up the parkway, but Maple Grove said no, you know. That would eliminate a lot of the Fernbrook issues and the different things that, you know, we're dealing with now. But that didn't happen, so I would either propose a road here and on your trail. You know, trail comes to here, turns go to this intersection, trail runs along here. And then I did not, you know, get into later. I didn't really deal much with trails right now. We would have them interconnected. Right here is a community area with a pool, right? I'm gonna want at least this part of the neighborhood to get to it. But as like, I'm looking at this part here's current guided, this is 2030, right? So that's my bigger question, right? If and we're really doing a standard development, legally, do I even need to pay for the roundabout? Because I'm not asking for it, you know, it's not like DCM where I ask for a PUD, this is just a standard development. But does that move up and there's you know, some cost sharing there, you know? I don't know, but I think just back to the transportation, you know, could you take this road here and run it through? But, you know, if there's an apartment or there's something here, you know, I don't know what's designed for there. So that's where I thought, just to keep this as a neighborhood flow. We do have a connection here to go north, whether that be a park. But maybe I'll just, you know, I'll stick on the transportation before we get to the park. So those were the thoughts, you know, just, I know you think, and it's easterly, I get it. I guess I would just explain my rationale behind it, you know, and then does it come, you can kind of see this parkway here, you know, does the road take, and now kind of flow up there. You know, ideally, right, I'm sure it's perfect to be right in the center, but. So, I don't even need an answer, maybe the next time, just a thought.
I got a couple questions though, Tom, just to make sure I get some clarity here. So on the westerly road in John's diagram where you have your road, what you're saying, and I understand what you're saying, that because that's kind of the premium lots, is that you don't want that to be a parkway from a standpoint that that's where you feel like the bigger lots are going to be. And
I figure it's the bigger lots. I figure I got a community building. I don't want a parkway going right in the middle of my pool.
Yep.
And so if I could get it somewhere to the power line and a little bit over, it'd allow me to at least take everything from the power line west and put it in that community area. That's actually a real steep slope there. You know, we could have a little sliding hill and everything, make it a, you know, a community park.
is there a way, if you left your easterly access in where it's at, proposed, is there a way for that road to kind of curve back more to the northwest and be like a main artery, like a collector for the whole neighborhood if they wanted to go north? You follow what I'm saying?
I do. And so we have the road there running right now.
Right, but there's all driveways on it,
Yeah,
that's the
so is
issue.
the question, does it move, either we run it right along the wetland?
Which I kind of feel like I'd like to see
Yeah.
some houses button that.
Yeah,
up.
houses trail along the back, right? And so, I think you'd probably move it in, some more, maybe it curves right behind. As we look here and design, I really didn't think this at the time, I probably should have another plan, but maybe it comes through here, just like this, you know what I mean?
Right.
Comes in through there.
And I think that was kind of my bigger point, is just to have some sort of collector street that's feeding everyone to the north. Because there's gonna be eventually a lot going on there.
Yeah, and
Might be
you're
a while,
gonna
but-
take the, whether Dayton Parkway, Fernbrook, those are just gonna be running heavy, regular traffic, right? I get there's homes to move in and out of the neighborhood,
Yep.
So somewhere, it is, but, and then I would say, if that happened, and you don't wanna go through like a Nottingham look, and that's fine, that little knob out of there, that would be a park for everything east of the power line.
This knob here?
No,
Or-
the knob
Oh, that-
right
that-
down, just the knob right here.
Okay.
Right. And so, I'm looking at this too, the one thing I think that we need to factor in, and we obviously need to figure out the city's land use, that's your biggest issue, to figure out what.
Right.
Because it's off your property, but on that east boundary along Fernbrook, there's about 15 to 20 acres south of the wetland. Okay, that, they're all accessed from Fernbrook. Whether that becomes all medium density, so it blends into maybe what you're proposing, but I do think we need to provide some sort of access route to that that is consistent with kind of your use, I shouldn't say consistent, but, like, for example, we don't want to put high density there and have all the traffic come through your townhome development. That's not not the right answer.
Yeah.
So Darren, are you suggesting is stubbing a road that could cross the wetland and?
I think
sort of-
we have the plan for that, I think, yeah. Because someday those people are gonna sell their homes and wanna sell, and it'll probably become something different. And I'd prefer not to have any access on Fernbrook.
And so then I think, personally, I would say you take that road paralleling 117th, right? And now that's where, now do you take the easterly exit, that the entrance that doesn't line, so you're not driving a whole bunch of people through the street, but maybe it doesn't matter, maybe you still come in off Minnesota or whatever, the arrow that's there, and that road, and then feeds over to that neighborhood.
To the extent that it becomes a completely different use, and that's where the city needs to provide feedback, that's drives on how important that road is to be standalone, but, like, for example, it's all townhomes, it could just be an extension of the road, and it's not that big a deal.
And maybe there's just an right, there's a right of way there now, and
Yeah.
what happens, right? It's a green space into the HOA. So, and I'll back up, the one thing there wasn't talked about was density, right? There was a lot of question at DCM Farms. And I feel that's further south, closer to 81. This is more into the heart. And so you see, we're not asking for density, but if you factor in the wetlands, we're 2.1. If you take the wetlands out, we're about 2.5, And so that's where I put some townhomes in it. To be honest with you, I'd rather just villa the whole thing. But, I don't know. That's a question then I have also, what do you want to do for density? Because otherwise, if you go, along the lake, because there's the DNR ordinance, those lots are all like a half acre. Then across, those are all 75 and 80s. And then you get everything else is 65s. Until you get to the easterly red line, there's some villas in there. And then we put some townhomes. Just thinking some density, it's along 117th, but I don't, that would be a question I'd have is, how does everybody feel about the density?
I like the degree of 65-foot lots, so.
And then as you put the townhomes into the east, I think it makes complete sense to have some variety of product. I do think that the city, John, I think that should be, assuming that we're going to entertain opening the 2030 staging up a little bit. Actually, Tom, before I get there, what's your timing in the ideal world on this?
Well, the ideal world is, so you take the Westerly, right? This is my cousins, and Bob's here, he could speak. I mean, he farmed thousands of acres in Maple Grove. They're not there anymore. His farming days are done, right? They're moving out west. It's just not economical to farm here anymore. And so I think, at least the part that's guided for 2020, right, to do something. But I think, within a few years, it's not moving dirt this fall, but it sure would be nice to have a plan for next year to start.
Yeah.
Now you get east of the power lines, that's the Robert E. Lee property. That's a trust to his nephews and nieces that are in their 70s and 80s, and now they're dealing with kids. They sold everything, on the south side. They get a lot of developers from California come. They think it's developable right now. I had to explain to their attorney that that's not currently, ready. But are they anxious? They're very anxious,
Yeah. And I'm assuming that you have the land under control, thus we're entertaining this stuff.
Yep.
That's part of my question on your
Yes.
timing.
Yep.
So as we moved east in this development, and I guess part of it is I think that, John, we haven't had this conversation, and I don't know what's part of your packet, but the 2030 staging.
Yes, so, this is a bit large project, so I apologize for anything that I skipped over, but one of them is the staging plan. So, again, this project is large enough, it's going to require EAW. It also requires an amendment to the comprehensive plan specific to the 2040 staging plan. So, and I'm generalizing quite a bit. So, the western, I'm going to say the 2/3 of the project is within the 2020 stage, and then the eastern third is in the 2030 stage. And so the intent here would be to amend the comprehensive plan to bring all of that in the 2020 stage.
Yeah. From my perspective, I'm not hung up on whether we move stuff up. I think it makes complete sense when you have two parcels that are adjacent with the natural wetland buffers and everything going on, that I'm thankful someone's coming and trying to come up with a plan at once versus this one and then figuring out how to deal with the next one later. So to me, from that perspective, I'm not too concerned about it at all. So I don't
With
know
the
how
staging, changing staging.
Yeah, changing the staging.
And I think if I could just share, right, we sure could have came in just with what's in the 40, right? But it just seems like you have that piece that would lay out. If you look at Sundance Greens, right, I was here in 2018, it's 2026, we're still not done with it, right? So it isn't, it is a big project, it will take time, but.
Yeah. And that's why I think that even like some of the people that maybe have concerns about development, I think that it's important that if we bring it into the current staging, the city lays out some very detailed plans on executing on the 117th roundabout, stuff like that. So I just want the public to know that, just because maybe it seems like he's getting positive feedback, it's gonna happen, there's things that gotta happen for we just add more homes. I say that the roundabout doesn't need to even be in if he were to start moving dirt, but we have to have the plan in place and the funding secured, so we know the certainty of it.
And I think some on the guided, if it moves up, to me, like I said, I'm not really asking for anything, but is that a trade-off? And there's some per lot that goes to it, right? I mean, to help, right? I think that's what the study is, to see what it's gonna cost and help the city fund it. I mean.
With regards to density, the Met Council density is 3 point.
For the 2050 plan, it will be 3.5 units per acre, citywide.
Yeah. So with a development of this scale, do we have to be concerned if we're at 2.1 or 2.5?
I'm going to say it depends on when this project gets.
Yeah, but I mean, it just kind of pushes the problem to the next development that needs to be more dense then, right? So, I mean, I'm all for.
We don't go backwards in count. So,
it's not totality of the city.
yeah, I mean, it moves forward, so. With the next comprehensive plan, the intent is 3.5 units per acre within, each 10-year staging plan. So, let's say the next staging plan is 2030 of averaging 3.5 units per acre within all the land that's guided for 2030.
So how are we doing in our current timeframe?
That's a good question.
Maybe
I
something
think
to consider. Just-
we're okay.
Okay.
So the current, we're required to have, really to 3 units per acre. I think we're slightly over that.
Okay.
Not much, but we're okay.
All right.
Yeah, and assuming we approve a 2030 staging plan amendment eventually, I think when we do that, we need to figure out the land use directly to the east of this here, and it becomes part of the plan as far as access, and so everything makes sense.
With the current comprehensive plan, that corner here is guided for low-density residential.
Which,
So then it makes sense to have an access through to that.
even, I mean, it might become medium density though, if you think that's, which I agree, that seems like a good place for townhomes, is, it's gonna end up probably being medium density, but again, when we approve the staging plan, we might as well consider having the open houses and all that stuff to change the zoning, because if we're gonna change it, we gotta make it consistent now.
Okay.
All this stuff
yeah.
waiting for a development to come in, John, it just seems like it burns us. It burned us south of Zanzibar when we weren't ready. It's like, if we're gonna change stuff, let's just have it make sense.
Sure. Yep, the only comment I would say, the 2050 comprehensive plan is due in 2.5 years. So just assuming, Tom, if, I'm just making an assumption, your timeline would come in before the end of 2026 for preliminary plat approval, I'm assuming.
Ideally, if it came in at the end of 2026, beginning of 2027.
Okay.
And you'd move west to east with development, or how would you move?
I would plan on moving west to east at first, but if the density is something that,
It's its own product, it might
yeah,
be ready to go.
maybe we work from both ends and work inward.
Yeah, again, I just think that we need to have these conversations. Neighbors need to know what's going on with their land if we're gonna do this stuff.
Sure.
And it kind of just come back, right? I wasn't coming in, it's a discussion, I wasn't like, hey, yeah, let's go ahead and it's good, right? And it just, that was why I'm here.
I mean, we're gonna run out of lots. I've been tracking it. We're gonna run out of lots before 2030 anyway, so it makes complete sense to open up more. Or say, we're gonna, like, you always want 1.5 years of lots in your pipeline, otherwise you're kind of in trouble. That's been the market standard. And then you're all of a sudden scrambling, and that's why I'd rather us plan and be ahead of it and understand the infrastructure needs we need to support development.
Tom, did you get what you need from the planning commission?
I did, so it'd be as density you're okay with. That's, probably want that Nottingham Parkway, that type of thing is not any interest to the east of the road.
I have a hard time being interested in not knowing what it's really connecting to.
Well,
Right.
whatever develops something, any of those roads are gonna end, right?
Yeah.
And so it's gonna have to go.
I think where my interest fades is I'm not sure where 121st, if it's gonna really be there. So that's it's like, I wish we knew that for certain.
And that's kind of where I'm on the opposite of you on that. Like, if it's not there, we may want that, right? To connect to some sort of development up there.
If 121st is not there?
Correct.
Yeah, so it's 121st.
Is there able to do a small development up there?
Yeah, when you look at these wetlands, I just feel like this traffic's gonna.
It's pretty intensive. I just thought, hey, there's just an idea of it going through Peninsula, not saying it was right or wrong, Obviously, once it gets to that northerly property line, it's gonna have to cut back to the west, right? You're not gonna keep going through the wetland.
Right.
Parkway.
And I have not,
Like, that's the hardest part, is knowing if 121st is gonna be there, and maybe Paul's comment of what's beyond it. That's the hardest part of saying, yeah, let's do it. So, that is a question for staff and us, is to figure out our transportation plan.
Yep. So is what comes first, the land use or the transportation? Without this connection, there is quite a bit of a gap between 117th and 125th that does push a lot of pressure on these two intersections.
But I do believe I just see it driving now, right? I go to 117th, I go to the freeway if I'm going to, besides, instead of driving if you're going to 81, 610, it's one story, but otherwise trying to get all the way to Maple Grove, I do think that Dayton Parkway is just gonna be getting busier and busier. My opinion.
Yeah, it's about a mile between those intersections.
But I had, questions with density, what's comp plan, so I think you answered those. The one thing I would ask, I'm not answering tonight, but I just see, working with the big builders, the insurances on townhomes, or the HOA dues are getting crazy, right? And it's supposed to be more affordable. I do think, just as an open mind, we try to DCM as smaller, narrower lots, and less townhomes. I think you'll see more,
More villa
whether
lots.
I'm up here, more people will be, and all these guys are figuring out how to get lots on 40-foot wide lots and, 45s, right, which really is about, 55 is about what you need to get on, but as today, there's also demand, right, for, new families are moving out here, right, not all retired people, so I think this is the right fit. It's kind of in the center of the hub, so. But after that, so I think I understand the transportation. I'll work on a couple concepts, after I get council's feedback to run the traffic through. I think back to the parks, I didn't spend a lot of time on them, because is all our roads gonna get changed? But I would say, I would invite anybody, my cousin Leo owns the property, but I know he'd let us tour it, so I have to listen to like a community park and whatever. And, that's super top, but, it's really rolly, and it's all the trees, so, yeah, you maybe have the lake, but what's there? If you're really gonna make it a park, or you're gonna put a city building in there or something, you're wiping out all those trees, Is that area a more condensed park? And that's more of just like a nature park? It's not I personally don't think that's the right area for athletic fields and stuff. Why don't you go out in a cornfield, right, that's open? And I think you can see it on a map, but,
Are you talking north of Dubay?
north of Dubay, north and west, probably west more. Jason, what is that? We looked at different things of bringing sewer around there, and that pipe, I think, was going 70 feet deep if you had to go through there.
There's a lot of topography.
Yeah, I don't think you want to run the sewer through there. You're going to want to go out more to Zanzibar up and bypass that. So that would be, I'm not saying that for Anna Park or any of that. I'm just saying it's a beautiful piece of land, but it's more like a protected woods maybe than a big park. And and that's where I think maybe last, Darren, you mentioned, is there a connector if there is a city park there? To me, that maybe rolls to whatever happens to the north, right? Just to get it away from the lake a little bit.
Yeah, I'm looking at the topography maps, I understand what you're saying.
I'll try including just some more trails and stuff on a different plan as the notes. But like I said, that really, my biggest thing was just, you know, my two biggest questions were density and guided. I don't know if you got any questions for me.
Tom, I do have a question for you that you brought up. So the townhome area you're showing, you know, I can't tell if these are fourplexes or sixplexes or a combination of the two. Are you thinking, you're saying you'd have a preference for detached townhomes rather than connected? Okay.
Yeah.
Does the commission have any preference or opposition to that?
I don't.
I think that when you have them, you just gotta have, they're very niche little neighborhoods, so you have to find the right places where, you know, there's one in and out, just like you did on the DCM farms.
Yeah, I'm curious to see how that gets built out, and you know, especially with how you have the single loaded road against Fernbrook, so you got a nice buffer and landscaping there. Like I'm.
Yeah, and maybe by the time as that's building, right, and there's some product to look at, it might be a different, you know, a different thought, but.
Yeah. When you got the alley in there too, right?
Yep.
For the garage access, like, yeah.
So we had, you know, at first had it all laid out with villas over there, and then the density count was really low, and I'm like, I don't, you know, usually it's been too much. Now I just don't know if it wasn't enough, so.
Which is why I think that on our agenda needs to be, if we're gonna consider staging 20 to 30, but we can also make up density if the commission decides to take those 10 acres on the corner and make them high density. We can make up density there for you. Obviously it'll be a while, but that's fine.
Yeah, and I, to be honest, this is such a big chunk. I never reached out to either of those folks. I don't know them, but I didn't reach out to them either. I don't even know if they're maybe in the room.
Mr. Chair, so concept plans do not require a public hearing, but traditionally we have public comments anyway.
I am going to, unless the commission thinks otherwise, I am going to bypass that. It is 10 o'clock. And I believe we have.
Do you want to consider a show of hands that people might even speak?
We do have a few more items on our agenda. We do. That may take a while.
I think if there's people here that want to speak on it, we should let them speak. That's why they're here. And that's why we're here too, is to listen to them. I don't know if anybody wants to partake in that, but I would certainly give them the opportunity.
I guess I'll entertain a motion if someone wants to open a public hearing, but I'm not going to. I will have that stance right now.
I'll make a motion, we open a public hearing.
I'll second, since we got the gentleman ready to go. I
right.
don't want to leave him hanging.
All right, we have a motion and a second. We got to vote on this. All those in favor?
Aye.
I won't take up much of your time.
All right.
Joe Bartusiak,
passes 4.
15900 117th Avenue. I'm connected to Dubay Lake. It seems to me that a lot of this area, it's so highly packed with houses, you figure each house is going to have at least 2 cars, and the problem is trying to figure out this traffic. My recommendation is to reduce the density instead of raising the density, so you have less traffic in there and have one main thoroughfare there to feed everybody, but with less cars in there. It might just help solve that problem. And why do we need so much more housing in there? Is it for taxes?
Met Council.
Oh.
We have a meet a density requirement in the long term.
Understood. Okay. Thank you.
Would anyone else like to come forward and make a few comments on this concept plan?
I'll be quick. Eric Seppold, 11534 Brayburn Trail. Since I stuck around, I just wanted to express support or gratitude for some of the topics that you did bring up, particularly trail connections and making sure that those are safe corridors for kids and families. And I think that comes into play a little bit too with what does the traffic look like on 117th and how close are those trails to the roadways and how does that work with right-of-way. That'd be probably my primary thing with this. I guess the other question I might have that didn't come up in the critical comments, and I could just be off on plans that may have changed. I thought at one point when it was talked about the new water treatment facilities and the water plans, that this area was maybe a potential area for like a water treatment facility or a I'm blanking on what it is. Water tower, yeah. So I guess I was curious if that had changed or if it hasn't. Just being transparent with what those plans would entail around this area when this moves to preliminary plotting and so forth. So future residents are aware of what might be coming for where they plan to build versus being caught off guard or surprised.
Thanks. Jason, can you speak on the water?
Yeah, the targeted tower location is west of this development. There's kind of a high spot, if you will, north and west of Dubay Lake that we would like to consider for the tower. The treatment facility that is within this area, most likely if there's consideration for a civic campus, if you will, it could be incorporated into that. So also likely west of Dubay Lake.
Which direction is it from French Lake Road? East or west?
East.
East?
Identified today. I mean, could change, but yeah.
Gary Feldhage, 11637 Niagara Lane North. Just a couple of things. We've lived in our house for 3 years already, and it's been a construction zone for 3 years. And I'm just wondering how many more years we're going to have to put up with the noise of construction.
Okay.
I think the ordinance is that construction can begin at 7 a.m. and must conclude at 9 or 10, I'm not even sure. But starting at 7, but they arrive before that to prep for things so they can start, work at 7 o'clock. So, how are ordinances enforced? Is there any way that you can have them cease work by 6 p.m. during the week so that we can have a peaceful evening, particularly during the summers? And the other thing that I wanted to speak about is the staff had suggested that there be a permanent snowmobile trail through the development. And again, I'm just wondering about the noise ordinance and the decibel of those machines going through residential neighborhoods. That would be a concern. Yeah, but just those two things. Thank you.
Just real quick, so our noise ordinance at 7 a.m. to 7 p.m.? I should know that, but I'm pretty sure.
7 p.m.?
7 p.m.
But is that construction noise?
That's anything.
Oh, because during the summer, they're working there until 9, 10 o'clock at night. So that's just been my observation.
Yep. And then as far as how long construction is going to continue, so at the current rate of development, we have about 100-year supply of land.
We don't have that, Mr. John.
Well,
and more specifically, your neighborhood's going to be done in 5 years.
5 years.
I'll bet a beer on it.
You better take that bet. You might get it.
Mr. Chair, I'll just note that I've got 2 comments, if I could read them for the record from online. This comment was from resident Marsha Grover at 11320 Fernbrook Lane. DCM Farms is putting 500 cars on the road twice a day. Now this will put another 500 cars twice a day on Fernbrook. We have to cross Fernbrook to get our mail, as do many people on this road. We have trouble getting out of our driveway now. You need to get this road situation squared away before any more building goes on. These cars did damage to our property. Also, to the properties of our neighbors to the north and the south have had cars in their yards. So that is the first comment. The second comment is from Matt 2, living at 15608 116th Avenue North. I would support the subdivision plan given the transportation is well planned. 117th Avenue is designated to be a minor collector and not an arterial. My understanding, 125th and 129th will be another collectors. With the amount of the housing units in this area, I don't want 117th to become the only collector for this big subdivision, given we are closer to Dayton Parkway. Also, we need to plan the traffic control at Fernbrook and 117th. I think the new subdivision should route most traffic to the future Zanzibar to be the arterial. The transportation needs to be well planned before it is too late.
Thank you. All right, with that, I'm going to close the public hearing at 10:14.
So just for anyone that's watching this will go to the city council on March 24th. Tom, I don't know if you have plans of revising this and coming back again with or wait till the city council comments.
I would probably just wait for city council
Yeah.
comment.
So, and because it's a concept plan, no action needed on behalf of the commission.
Correct.
All right, item 8E.
Okay. This is also a concept plan for the Stenslie-Stearns property. This is generally located off of County Road 81 in Territorial Road. The project is 25 acres. It's currently zoned A1 agricultural and guided for general mixed use 1. It's general mixed use. So what general mixed use is, or the way it's written in code, is that it's intended to be, I'm going to say, a mix of land uses, whether it's residential or commercial retail. It can be just one or the other. So the idea in the comp plan is that this offers the ultimate flexibility in what could be built here. The project is proposing 172 townhomes, so in this case it would all be residential. Critical topics here is what is the highest and best use of this area, GMU 1 zoning standards, the architecture, parks and trails, and I'm going to say transportation and parking. So I'm just going through there. The map at the left is the 2040 comprehensive plan. Again, this area is guided for mixed use. It is entirely consists of this project. So we have residential, single-family residential to the east, and industrial to the, I'm going to say, to the north. There's a large wetland complex that separates the two. And so again, this area could really be one or the other, just about anything. So we're looking for some guidance from the Planning Commission of what is the highest and best use with that. The idea within the zoning ordinance for the GMU 1 district is that it's a compact and walkable community with mixed-use development along key corridors, and again, a combination of uses. So here we have the concept plan that's overlaid on top of an aerial photo. For zoning standards for the GMU 1, again, it's high-quality design with pedestrian connections and landscaping and other amenities. So the question for the commission, or first question that I have is, what is the highest and best use for this project, for this project area? Go back in history. It's a big question. We've had a number of projects that have been proposed for this site. I believe this is the fourth one that we've had a formal application, but we've had a number of informal discussions with other developers.
So what's the density on this project? And I noticed there's stuff in the code that our zoning's minimum 8, our comp plan's 12. I mean, part of the problem of figuring out the highest and best uses, we don't have what's legal. So there's multiple layers to that.
Yeah.
We need to decide what's legally permissible, and we don't have good direction as part of it. We need to get that figured out. When I think of highest and best use, I think of what returns the most value to the city. And whether that's medium density or industrial, it seems like potentially high density, those are your three choices. And I'm not super partial to one or the other, especially when we have a development or an applicant trying to push one thing. It's like, you know what, let's hear them out, and if they ever can execute it, let it happen. I mean,
And I believe on the last couple, that's what we've tried, and it didn't pan out.
correct. And all of them have been medium to, you know, they've all been 12-plus units per acre that have came in, and this one's not that, I don't think.
This is 10.7.
Yeah, so it's a little later. And all the ones that are 12-plus, I mean, it was just, the designs were like, I mean, it's a lot of density. You have to go vertical in my mind at 12, otherwise it just gets really compact. So I'm not, I think that if the developer can execute and it's allowed by our code, and it sounds like this one's not perfectly allowed because our comp plan says 12, but I'd like to hear them out on their concept and how they think they can execute it.
Other comments related to the land use? And again, I'm being generic here of residential versus industrial.
I don't think this is a good spot for industrial. You know, maybe on the northern half of this, if it were to redevelop with some of the lots that are up there, I could see that, but from a access point and use of, with adjacent property being zoned for residential, industrial doesn't seem to make sense to me.
I tend to agree with that. To me, highest and best use really is subjective. You know, it's maybe what at the whim of the council to say, what do we want, and then what's being proposed, and what's the, you know, what does a developer want to see happen on this property, and if the council agrees, then I think we should hear the developer out on that. I would lean towards more residential here than industrial also. I have some other concerns on the property, but I would lean more for residential than industrial.
And to qualify the industrial, part of it is that I know the city's explored access to 113th.
Yes. So, and I apologize,
You know,
just
and I understand the whole land use thing, but there's a buffer, and there's industrial to the north, industrial to the west, industrial to the south, so.
Yeah, 113th is going to be off the screen here. This orange line is a underground petroleum line.
Which is gonna make building an industrial building tough. Meaning that your width is getting really.
We haven't ever seen this development with the property just to the east, which would make it a more regular size or shaped thing with better access to territorial, and I don't know if that property is not developable or that they've just not talked to that landowner, but it looks like.
Someone told us once that they're just not interested in ever selling, but
Yeah, that could be, but I mean, we also have, yeah, I mean, we have the neighborhood, the one more property to the east that's like teed up with like 3 entry points right to this.
Yeah,
this
that's
lot,
good. So it's pretty clear that that's
yeah.
gonna become low density. So
Yeah.
you got low density on one side, industrial to the north, south and west.
Yep.
Which means, again, if you can make industrial work, which maybe you can't with the pipeline, but medium densities makes sense, complete sense too.
Yeah. Yeah, at some point we have to buffer to it, so, I mean, presumably a good development would leave a little extra buffer zone at that north property line, knowing that they need to, you know, put some extra berming and trees or something, knowing that there's industrial on the north side, and it's gonna be that
Yep.
way. I mean, I think, maybe you're in one of your next slides, but I mean, traffic at Territorial and 81, I mean, that's been everything on all these conversations about this property that's the most important thing to solve.
It's kind of interesting that with this being GMU and looking at all the other development that we have going on in the city, and I know with DCM Farms, we have that neighborhood kind of commercial center. This seems like a great spot for one. Abutting 81, abutting.
Access is the issue.
Access is a huge issue.
It is, but it doesn't seem, I mean, if it's a use like a daycare, like a within a mixed-use facility, right? So maybe you have some townhomes, and then you have a daycare, and you have maybe a coffee shop. You're not getting all day long traffic in and out of there.
I think if you get a signal at territorial, right, where you can get safe.
Yeah, it's 24 acres, so if it became, I mean, it's a lot.
Yeah.
And keep in mind that the intersection at Territorial is moving the current Territorial road even further east, so that connection
Yeah.
becomes more.
And that's where it's
Funky.
if you look at the uses that accompany a neighborhood, not necessarily, people coming from outside of this French Lake area development, the
Yeah.
Territorial Farms and Sundance areas.
Yeah.
They're coming off Territorial anyways, they're not coming off 81.
Jason, where are our access points going to be on a property like this? Is the county going to let us go to 81?
I'll just say, well, it'll come down to the actual permitting. I'll say where it sits now in our communication so far, a right-in, right-out is likely. I'll say maybe even very likely, but nothing more than that.
That's not going to be cool for people that live there.
No, I mean.
They can
yeah,
come in off of
it's-
Territorial too, so there'll be an access point in the south corner of the property.
Right, right, and then the one off of, as mentioned, off of the roundabout on Territorial, that would actually be the primary access.
I mean,
And then if it was an industrial, we would explore going to 113th.
Even just having a right out of there, sorry, Jason, talking over you, but, I mean, you're a block away from Dayton Parkway and access to the freeway. I mean, people that are going to work anywhere, that's a quick way out. So getting that right out would be huge for that neighborhood.
And, there's a lot of, there appears to be interest in medium density on the parcels that are owned by, he was in here earlier when we were dealing with the Oppenham development, to the east and north of here. And connecting a road going north should be maybe something we keep in mind too.
So,
You know what I'm talking about, John?
Through here.
Yeah.
Yeah,
through there.
Yeah.
Yeah. Especially if it all becomes medium density.
Yeah.
It's all kind of a connected use and we can give them away north too.
Okay, I'm going to back up a little bit. So, in terms of the highest and best use, what I'm hearing is residential.
In my mind, I wouldn't rule out industrial, but it seems with the pipeline, medium density residential is more likely.
Okay.
Pipeline's gonna make it more difficult to figure out how to put a big industrial building in there.
Yeah, we've tried to put industrial on some other triangle lots and
Yeah, it's gonna be a very narrow industrial building if you gotta avoid the pipeline and you'd have to put parking over top of it, loading areas, it's just.
And that's kind of where I was saying, if it were the parcels to the north expanding, I could see that, but that's the only way I could see it happening.
I'm not sure if this is a question or a comment. In our, I'm going to say in our ordinance, I mean, we've got 5 different mixed-use districts, and this is one, GMU 1. I guess, in my opinion or interpretation, if the city is supportive of this project as townhomes, the GMU 1 zoning district is not the appropriate zoning district for this. So it would be more the RM medium density, which is 6 to 12 units per acre, and this is coming in at 10.7. So I think when we wrote this, the idea, I'm going to say we probably had grandiose ideas for this project and probably not understanding the realities of how difficult this property is.
Well, and I think our GMU land use categories have seemed to try to encompass hard to develop properties, so we tend to be more flexible in those areas, allowing residential or commercial or.
Yeah, and I guess specifically it's as it relates to the architectural standards, which I've got a slide for that. So within GMU districts, it assumes you're going more vertical than horizontal. Yep. So, and there's the next slide. So on here, the intent of the GMU 1 district is you have I don't know if it's 10 different options, but pick 4 out of the 10, or whatever that A through J is. And so comparing these 4 options to the 2 plans that are proposed, I guess my question to the commission is, will the commission be supportive of these, the building facades, or is there something else you'd rather see?
You look at some developments in Maple Grove that have been townhomes, and they're very unique. They're very modern. There's 3 or 4 different developments that come to mind that are unique as opposed to the 1980s townhome development that we're seeing here. Like, it'd be nice to find somebody that's willing to do something above and beyond. I mean, this is right on the road. It's very visible. Make a little bit of a signature move here. I don't like these standard townhomes. I think we can do a lot better architecturally.
Put a little bit of context in that. So Tom Dean, who I believe DCM, you're doing 2-story detached townhomes, if I remember right. And part of that idea was based on using a townhome development off of Hemlock in Maple Grove, which I believe is a David Weekley product.
Yes.
So small, everything is kind of circular here. So once we get to that point, I guess maybe the question of, are there other products that you can put in here versus just this one?
Well, we kind of got to get the sense of
Why don't you guys come on up, and maybe we can make this a little quicker too.
Sure.
You're the dancer one.
Yeah, I gotta go to the hockey game tomorrow.
Hey, I'm the old one here.
Yeah, you don't
I'm
have to
Joe
work.
Flynn with, and this is Nate Herman. The difference between this project and, we call it Donegal, is we need to get the density to make it feasible to work.
Mm-hmm.
What do you mean feasible? You mean pen and paper, like economically pencil out, or, okay.
How much does the architectural design, because obviously when Commissioner Crossan was asking for something nicer, obviously it adds more cost. Is that part of it too?
Yeah, that's part of it as well. Also too, when we're talking townhomes in this location, it's going to be, we wanted to appeal to the masses. If you just look down the road in Maple Grove, you've got Pulte and Lennar has those townhomes right off of 81 as well. And they're using a product that is tested, the masses like, and that's the similar kind of idea here too. This is going to be more of a entry level or starter home, whereas the Donegal product is a little higher end. That's a different lifestyle. It's based on a muse. In the center is a parkway, not a parkway, but a park and fire pit, and it has a sense of community. With those homes, you always want to have it centered around an amenity. These are attached homes. It's more of an entry level.
What is the approximate price point you'd be targeting?
It would be low 400s.
It's just always shocking when you hear numbers
Yeah.
for anybody.
Entry level.
Yeah, it's real hard to get. It's really hard to get below 400.
Yep.
So comments, I'm going to say specific to the architecture. If this is rezoned to residential mixed use, it's residential medium density, it's not an issue. It is an issue if it's stays as mixed use.
Yeah. I understand Commissioner Crossan's comments. I completely get it. But I also think that because it's visible on Highway 81, because it abuts to industrial, you have to be very conscious of your price point. And so I'm okay with, what they're presenting from that perspective.
Then you go back to the question if it's the highest and best use of the property.
Meaning that you would...
that's, the question is
It's
whether or
not going to
not.
be the highest end townhome development.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Correct.
But if you do look at the architectural style, it will blend the townhomes that are currently adjacent to it and also the single family that's just down the road. And that's why we think this product is a good fit. It's more of a blend. industrial right there. I don't think that many of the current residents probably don't know that this is zoned as industrial.
Right.
And if an industrial complex went up, they probably wouldn't be too happy.
Any comments specific to whether it's the use or the architecture?
From the standpoint, and you made a good point of the Lennar townhomes just to the south there are very similar in character and very visible from 81.
Until those trees grow.
And
hopefully they will.
And that's something maybe we can, with this, maybe there's some opportunities.
I just
to
don't
help.
think it's hard to just do a little extra to just make, upgrade a product, right? I mean, I don't know if you're the national builder, who would it, like, people just come in and they've got the same floor plan and they just put it everywhere. And that townhome could be literally anywhere in the world, and it's the exact same, the same floor plan, everything, and that's how you make money. I get it, but like, is there just some thoughtfulness that can be added to it?
Yeah, you can
a nice, slightly nicer level without completely blowing your price point.
You can work with exterior finishes, get different textures, different colors, and make it look pop and make it pop.
Yeah, and even like, the drive-in and your plan, like, there's like a row of 4 of them, but there's a bunch of land kind of right behind it. Can you like stagger them a little bit so you don't have just a flat wall of.
Yeah, and if you also look at the current
land.
If you look at the current land plan, we varied the buildings aren't just in parallel. We've got some perpendicular to kind of break it up a little bit. We also curved the street. We thought that would be a little more appealing than just a whole straight runway of.
Yeah, I mean, like, you drive in, it's that row of 4, the buildings in a row where you've got 16 units that are all just lined up, and it's just all garage doors. It's like, what can you do anything? Can you push one of the middle ones back a little bit and get a couple trees, or just like little thoughtful moves like that to just help break up the neighborhood and the monotony of a townhome development.
Yeah, in this scenario, it's kind of hard to tell, but there's a crosshatch in there. It's purple. That's like a FEMA flood zone, and then the rest of that area, kind of right behind. We got the trunk sewer, the 12-inch sewer in the pink, and then we got the back of the units, and then everything in between that is planned for stormwater.
Yep, that's why this hasn't been developed yet. It's hard.
Yeah.
It's
So
I mean,
it's just to push the lots back. I think we're going to be looking for stormwater.
Yeah.
With regards to the concept plan, this is just the idea, but could you consider access heading north up in the northeast corner to connect to what's also guided and likely to become medium density townhomes? I get you're going to have to rearrange some units, but I think there'd be a lot of benefit for future residents because it's going to connect up if you want to go north to Dayton, where eventually there's more commercial in 20-some years. So if you guys could take a look at that, I'd appreciate it.
Okay. I think one thing is right now the current concept plan has the main road coming from Territorial and doing that right in, right out into 81. Right now that's shown as a public street. Everything else is private.
Private.
Yeah.
Got it.
So, and then I think, John, did you mention staff is recommending just to go all
Private streets.
Yeah.
If it was all private, then I completely understand why you don't have that connection.
Correct, okay. Yeah.
But, yeah.
Are we going to be talking about traffic soon or connections soon?
Yes.
Or is that coming up here, or would now be a good time?
We're jumping around. It's been a long night, so we're a little jumpy. Got parks and trails first. So I'll get to transportation though. This is within a search area for, I believe it's a tot lot. The question came up so the Park Commission had discussed this on Tuesday. Question came up of, is a tot lot appropriate or something bigger? This is probably more of a Park Commission discussion, but the Park Commission's I'm just going to say staff's recommendation was to consider some type of a park in this general area. It would include a portion of this property, it would include a portion of the adjacent properties, as well as a trail, probably skipping ahead a little, no, maybe not. A trail that's co-located within the sewer, sanitary sewer easement, and then potentially becoming a loop trail at some point in the future. But again, you know, as this being a concept, it's important for the developers to know if the intent is to have land dedication for a park. And this is probably more on staff of trying to figure out, okay, what does a park mean and how big is it? Is, you know, the assumption of tot lot is 1 to 2 acres. Neighborhood park is closer to 10.
It's not a neighborhood park area in my mind, but.
Yeah, so I was gonna suggest, for the developer, I would highly consider, and maybe it comes from our parks, but the trail, an internal trail system to the site. I live in Sundance Woods, just east of here, and there's always people walking their dogs along Territorial, and doesn't have a sidewalk today. They're always looking for somewhere to walk those dogs, right? And, you know, maybe at least for future connections to the neighborhood just adjacent there where there is the park in the Territorial Trail neighborhood. So if we can get a trail connection over there, it's probably the right move.
I'll just say that I would not recommend the little circle you had for the tot lot, largely because it's right next to an industrial use where we've already heard, what do they call it, the country smash?
Country crusher.
Country crush. You guys don't want to know.
Probably not.
Okay. Moving on, let's see, transportation, okay. So it has been discussed, the assumption here is that the county would allow a right-in, right-out on the west side of the project. And then the east side of the project would be a connection on Territorial. The city has a plan to move this intersection closer to the south and then for a roundabout. The roundabout is needed if this is a residential project. If it's not a residential, the assumption is there would be no connection to Territorial and all access would come off of 81 directly. With this, this would be a city project. We would be looking to the developer for a contribution towards that roundabout, and I think that's one of the struggles of why this project hasn't developed yet.
I'm assuming the contribution's significant, is what you're saying?
Yes.
But we do have the right of way for it.
We do have the right of way for it. So when, I can't think of the name of the.
Well, what's the need for a roundabout? I mean, I get it's better, but to me, the biggest issue is the access to 81.
Yes.
The stoplight, not the roundabout.
So the reason for the roundabout is for vehicles turning off of 81 onto Territorial, and then if there was a queue to build up to wait for a left turn because it's blocked, or because there's just that many vehicles approaching 81, that queue would back up into the intersection. So in other words, if folks were coming out here, this is a pretty short distance, I think it's only about 300 feet. If they can't make a left due to cars either stacking or just high traffic levels, this queue begins to block out into the 81 intersection. It's believed the roundabout would help keep that traffic moving and those cars to pass freely.
And today, without this development, without Territorial, the new Territorial Trail development going in, and all the stuff at 117th that we just discussed, that stacks up probably 10 cars, 12 cars in the morning.
It's a terrible, I take it every day.
Yeah.
I live 3 blocks away from this. I take this intersection every day. It is terrible. And I know that average traffic counts won't warrant the light, but there's a time where I had to turn back around because I was waiting 10 minutes to get onto 81. AM peak, PM peak, everybody in that neighborhood avoids that intersection. It's terrible. And that doesn't include the French Lake and Territorial Road development that hasn't occurred yet, that's under
Right,
construction.
that's what I was saying.
And then the additional 360-plus cars that'll come out of this property too, with only a right in, right out. I get coming out would be better, because probably the majority of that traffic's gonna most likely go to Dayton Parkway, not all of it, right? So the right out is fine. Coming back, though, the only way to get back into this proposed development is on Territorial if you're coming from Dayton Parkway, or you're traveling all the way back down to Fernbrook or whatever it is, you don't, or
The way most
Meadow
traffic
Parkway,
goes
yeah, you don't want to do that, right? So without a signalized intersection here, this is not a great thing to have here, that many more traffic. I know that it probably won't warrant it. I know that the county probably would say no and whatever it might be, but it's very bad now, and adding that much traffic is going to make it that much worse. Plus, you're not even seeing the traffic that's going to be accumulated from the new development that hasn't been started yet. The model homes up. That's it. And the other thing is moving the intersection. I see the benefit of that, right? Do you want to make it more of a T instead of what it is now? I get that part, but even moving that intersection south further might not be as safe as people think because of traffic coming, we'll call it north on 81. There's a curve there that you can't really see very well. Even sitting at the intersection where it is now, you have to time it perfectly, and I mean, there's accidents that happen there because people think they can make it because it's the one small little gap that they see that they haven't seen in 5 minutes. They say, I can make it, and inevitably they can't. So that's my huge concern on this development is that intersection there. The other question would be, and maybe Jason, I know right now they have a bypass lane for people traveling south on 81 to turn left onto Territorial. I don't know how long that bypass lane extends, and if this is going to be shifted, is that bypass lane going to be extended to allow for that traffic to move around, people trying to get into?
That actually goes away entirely to have a dedicated left turn.
It would be completely dedicated left turn then?
It's a requirement of the county.
Okay.
We would want to see it as well, just for safety.
And that's a left turn onto Territorial is what you're saying?
Yes, yeah.
We had this conversation about highest and best use, but this is now back to, that's why it should be industrial.
And that's why I said when I initially said highest and best use, there's issues that I had with this and not necessarily the developer or the product. It's more of just introducing that many more cars there without a signalized intersection. It's bad. It's bad.
I don't know what percentage you might be asking a developer to pay for that roundabout, but everything you just said in my brain, it's like, this is an amenity to the city. The developer maybe has to pay some, but it's the city, it's everyone else too. So I just always struggle when people say have developers pay for this, pay for that. I get it, the city needs to figure out money to do it, and then people need to move forward, but.
The problem though is if not for the development, that wouldn't occur.
If not for your development that you live in, if not for the one across the road,
Well,
if not,
you never know.
You keep going down the road.
At some point, you
Why
get to
pass
a
it on to
point
just
where-
one?
Yeah, I mean, there's a tipping point at some point, and I think that's where
Right, it's like
the
an assessment.
determination has to be
If the
made,
assessment
right.
benefits the whole area, you special assess everybody if everyone benefits. You don't just say, oh, you guys, because who's ended up paying for it if they can make the numbers work is the home buyers there. That's who end up paying for it. Assuming it doesn't turn the feasibility bit upside down.
Now they start at 425 instead of 500.
And then they have to trust that they can get that. So to me, I just think you gotta be careful about what you ask, because you gotta look at like a special benefit and ask yourself, who's really benefiting? If they're the only ones benefiting, I get it. But if there's other people benefiting, just don't over ask, because that's not gonna help development move forward either.
That part of this whole project is really not a concern to me, and I'm sure you've heard that before. No offense to these gentlemen, but it's just not. But the discussion that I've heard here from the area that you guys are familiar with is the exact same issue we have in every street, every cross street on every major road in the southern half of Dayton. Every street that intersects with 121 is like that. 117th is like that. 113th is like that. Rush Creek Parkway is like that. Every single one. So it's not just right there. And I get what you're talking about. I won't go through that intersection.
Yeah.
I grew up driving these roads. I learned how to drive on Territory Road. I will not go through that intersection to go east.
Right.
To go west, it's fine.
Maybe,
You
yeah.
can get breaks from the stoplight at Parkway. But to go east, I mean, you're giving your life to somebody else because it's just a horrible intersection to go through.
And the common denominator is we're dealing with the county.
We are. Yep.
All of them. And the county legs. Yep.
The county lags and we keep piling more cars onto the road. And it just exacerbates the whole problem. And it doesn't get any better. I don't see any projects that are gonna fix that.
Yeah.
I just don't.
Well, the
It's
city
just
has,
worse.
the city has to fix it by understanding, how to set aside some dollars. Like when a new development happens, there's future tax dollars. And you need to understand that and make sure we're allocating some of those future tax dollars to solve these problems.
So backing up to the critical issue that John was asking, developer expected to pay costs. I'm with Keith on that one. I think we need to expect our developers to pay and contribute towards, at the time of development, you might be the last guy in, but you gotta contribute something, right?
I'm okay with the something.
Yes.
It's the making it sound like
Well, and that's what it says up there is a percent.
right. And that was my whole point, is that you can't push that percent. Meaning you have to look at the whole area, just like you would a special assessment, and say who's all benefiting.
Yep. All right,
One quick item is parking.
yeah, I was gonna say next item.
Yes.
You got-
So required is 2.5, it's 2 garage stalls plus 2.5 surface stalls. What's being proposed is 2 garages and 2.4, so it's very, very close to complying. The guest parking, it is street parking, and so the question for the commission is if you have any comments, recommendations, or suggestions on visitor parking.
How wide are the streets?
It's private streets,
Yep.
so if they wanna have private parking on private streets or street parking, I have no problem.
How wide are the streets? Like are you parking on just one side of the streets or both sides of the street?
So the yellow dashed line is the parking, whether it's on the street or bump out parking stalls.
Are those dedicated striped stalls or just, hey, we have available parking on the street in these
like a bump out.
locations?
On the plan, it's shown as dedicated stalls.
Yes.
Okay.
There's
So
some
just one side.
kind of turn in perpendicular to the
Yeah.
street, and then the ones kind of along what's now shown as the public street.
Yeah.
There's some like parallel type parking.
Right.
That's,
So you're considering 2 cars on a driveway outside the garage?
yes.
For each
I believe
unit?
That's what code allows, yeah.
Okay. I mean, I think we ran into some of those concerns with the other development too, right? So, I mean, this is a little bit different because these are private drives. My only concern would be access if there's, if it's wide enough to
Yeah,
be able to
that's my
accommodate.
whole issue, is access, whether it's emergency services
Yep.
or whatever it might be.
Yep.
But if there's bump outs and it's wide enough for cars to get through, then that you're so close to the required, can you get to the required?
John, how many spaces is
I
it?
think it was less than 10, or close to
Yeah,
10.
yeah, I think
Or we
something like that.
overparked. I mean, we've had that discussion multiple times on multifamily units.
This is, with the townhomes, I don't think those developments, I think that they need more parking than most people provide with townhomes.
If you've ever visited somebody that lives in a townhome, they understand that.
I mean, on the average Monday night or Thursday night, no, not an issue. But when there's something going on, it's an issue. So, anyway, if you could, I just would prefer just meet the code if you can make it work.
Anything else? And Joey, I don't know if you have any questions for the commission?
A question I had was the staff had recommended a reuse system, and we've installed reuse systems in projects like this, and it tends to be a nuisance for the HOA later on.
You reuse irrigation?
For irrigation,
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Yes, an irrigation reuse system. I mean, would you waiver on that, or the staff was recommending it, and I didn't know what the...
Is it required or recommended?
I don't know. I'm thinking that's in the code for general mixed use.
Pretty confident it's a recommendation.
Yeah.
I could be wrong, but I think.
It said recommendation, but I don't know what the code says.
I don't know, Jason, do we have other projects that use that have
Rayburn
that?
Trails, I know does. I think there's probably only a few. I'm not thinking of others off the top of my head.
I can tell you there's problems in Rayburn Trails.
So.
There was
I
a
will
well
tell you,
installed,
Do we ever look at, you gotta put a sand filter pond in, right, or reuse?
I don't have one. If you're looking for feedback from up here, I don't really have a
Okay.
strong recommendation, especially if it's just a recommendation. I don't.
It's not a lot of irrigating usually in these
No.
developments.
And then another question was, it sounds like the commission is recommending a buffer on the northern property line to screen from the towing company?
Yeah, so, again, with the GMU district, I think it's elsewhere in the code, it does require, I believe it's a 35-foot landscape buffer along 81, and then staff is recommending doing a two tree rows along the north property line against the, I think this is Minnesota Towing, I believe. Yeah.
Are we sticking to GMU, or are you, because I heard also you are recommending going to RM6?
For the screening, I would recommend it no matter what the zoning is.
Right. Okay, I just wanted to make
Yeah.
sure that we're okay.
I'm going to say these probably aren't the most compatible uses being next to each other. So Minnesota Towing does have a double row of pine trees. It's pretty thick right around here. But, there's no guarantee that those trees are going to be there permanently. So the idea is match that buffer along the residential development.
What about along 81, John? Like if it was back down to a.
I think the idea is have something that's attractive, and I don't know what that looks like. We have other projects, 81's a very busy road, but I mean, we have this landscape buffer we require for all, major collector roads. So any county road, you're gonna see landscaping on Fernbrook, it's much more subtle, like you can see through everything. It's not necessarily a screening, it's more aesthetic. I don't know if the commission has any, the right-of-way for 81 is pretty wide.
Yeah.
My opinion is it doesn't need to be like, the goal is not necessarily to 100% screen it, but I do think it should have a landscaping emphasis along 81.
And I think where the couple areas, the couple areas that jump to mind is to what Paul was talking about earlier, is to break up the monotony of the straight row of homes. So you're not just seeing that, right? So if you can get some variety of trees in there or whatever to break up that linear fashion with some landscaping, it helps. And I think along the north property line, that's, most beneficial to your customers. I don't think the industrial will care that there's townhomes right there.
Understood.
The question was asked earlier about the width of the streets. If I missed it, I'm sorry, I didn't hear an answer.
Current plan, I believe, shows 24 face-to-face. One of John's comments was that city requirement is 26 face-to-face.
I think it's 28.
Is that for all streets?
Depends
or-
on, 32 parking on both sides, 28 parking on one side.
Because that's face-to-face.
24 no parking, that is actually back to back on all of those.
That includes private
Yeah,
driveways to private
driveways,
streets.
Private streets.
We just have them as residential, we don't distinguish between the public, private, or based on the parking.
And you said that's back to back,
That is back to back.
so behind curb to behind curb,
Yes, yep.
just for everyone else.
And
So
those,
parking on one side was 28 foot back to back.
28 for parking on one side, yep.
I safe to assume that we didn't throw numbers at a dartboard to get those numbers. We figured that those are a safe distances that allow for emergency vehicles.
That's what they're
to get
based
through.
on. So, yeah, a parked car would take 6 to 8 feet, and would leave you 18 to 20 for an emergency vehicle. I suppose you take out the curb width, but.
That's all I have. Do you have anything?
No, that's it.
I'm gonna thank you for sticking around.
Yeah.
Yeah, do you guys have any feedback in general about, because you heard us, how we're struggling with this site and other applicants. I mean, do you guys have feedback on the highest and best use? I get it, you're not industrial developers, but.
I don't know, I think you're onto something with the pipeline, it kind of breaks it up. I would have to say, if somebody would have bought it and developed it already, if industrial was the highest and best use, it's a great location, and you get right on the highway, right down the road, I mean.
Yeah, with the exception, we haven't really, our code doesn't allow it right now.
Okay,
Industrial.
GM.
Well, it would be a zoning map amendment.
Right, but
Yeah.
you recognize, John, that when people look at land for sale, they don't, it starts with what's legally allowed by our zoning code, which is why I keep pushing you and everyone that's staff to, you know, make it be what it's gonna become. Versus just waiting, whatever we have to wait for the comp plan, next comp plan.
I have to say, though, I don't think any of your neighbors are gonna be happy if it's industrial, just the way that the residential comes right up to
On the west side.
81.
Yeah, the east side, yeah.
East side.
Yeah.
Who owns the property between the two going east?
I think that's, yeah, it's the Stern who owns that little triangle piece.
Yeah, I don't think that they're interested in selling that right now.
We've heard that from other applicants.
We didn't have any luck. All right, well,
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate your time,
guys.
Thank you.
Looks like F and G are crossed off on my agenda.
They are now.
We got time.
Notice and announcements.
Yep, Mr. Sheriff, I could, so just formality, I'm looking for a motion to table item F and G.
I'll make a motion to table item F and G.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to table items F and G. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed?
That's GROVER, John.
Have a brief comment, or did we close?
We didn't even close.
On the one we just talked about? We never opened it.
We never, yeah, come on up.
I promise.
No, you're fine.
You've waited it out, yes.
It's a concept plan, so there's no action on it.
Of course. And I'm not even going to sit down, just to keep it brief.
If you could state your name and address though.
Yes.
It's easier to sit down and pick it up in the microphone.
Darren Peterson, I am the country crusher.
Nice.
We actually have some new equipment that we don't do that crushing the way it used to be, but a substantial portion of our meeting today was discussing how commercial butts up to residential, and I think that's one of the challenges. My address, 17171 113th Avenue, is where we operate. I live in a small town of 1,200 people, and we don't have these challenges. So just as we're talking about uses, I have great ideas, you know, it's just a question of down payment. So just, when we talk about highest and best use, ask people to also consider, I'm not going to be hitting golf balls at my neighbors' townhomes. At the same time, we do have the tree buffer in which we have brought in pine trees and we water them religiously throughout the summer. But there is inevitably going to be challenges with neighbors, and I think this lot provides a wonderful natural wetland buffer in which, yes, the easterly neighbor might always have some difficulty butting up next to industrial. I think a great use might be some of the metroplexes that are down in the Medina area. And one possible solution for the roundabout might be us being willing to allow access to come through the western edge of our property. I haven't worked out any of those details yet, but as you talk, I don't know what the cost of a roundabout would be, what the contribution. I don't need those specific information. But that's talking about highest and best use. And trying to wrap up, talking about lower end product, we're talking about townhomes that are likely going to become rental properties, and to afford a $400,000 or $450,000 price point, you're going to have 3 and 4 tenants in those properties, which is going to be 3 to 4 cars per unit. And so those are just some of the things that I think about in our conversation about traffic. Drive down that road at 4:30 at night. You'll be at that stoplight for 10 minutes going west. And so just things to think about. If I were faster with certain developments, maybe I could make your quest a little bit easier for what is the highest and best use. So, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for hanging in there.
Okay, so we're tabled 8F on the accessory storage buildings as well as the parking. Address those when there's more time. I'm going to try to zoom through announcements. It's spring, and so we've been fairly active planning for 2026, so I apologize. There's a lot to go through. We have an app, and hope that you all have that on your smartphones. Dayton is working with the cities of Champlain, Maple Grove, and Ramsey to I'm going to say lobby the legislature for funding to complete a tier 1 and 2 environmental EIS, environmental impact statement related to a river crossing. This is a fairly expensive project, and it takes several years to go through. So you'll hear more information about that as the year goes on, or as the legislative season goes on.
As you go through this,
Yeah.
I would like to know what staff's opinion is. If there is a river crossing, how does that change the makeup of Dayton Parkway?
Quite a bit.
That's what I mean. I think we
Yeah.
need to talk about it publicly so everyone knows it goes from this type of road to this type of road, speed limits, access, everything.
We've had a river crossing in our plan since 1973. And we're about where we were in 1970.
Yeah, and I'm not talking about the timing or the probability, but when we talk about it, it just makes everything so much more complex that people need to know that if there is a river crossing, the Dayton Parkway format changes.
Yep. Great topic for the comprehensive plan.
You're going to have this figured out by then?
No. We'll see. Wellhead treatment plant should be online towards the end of March. Play Place is every Tuesday. The Deal and Dice and Dominoes or Game Day is second and fourth Wednesday. This is all at the activity center. Social worker is available at the police department for the public on the third Wednesday of the month from 3 to 5 p.m. Shared watered and shared future. So this is more of a conglomerate effort that Three Rivers Park District is involved with. What I didn't know, 1926, there was a survey done of the Mississippi River, and there were only 3 fish that were found. So this shared water, shared future coordination is to celebrate 100 years of effort of bringing ecology back to the Mississippi River. So there are events that are planned at Mississippi Gateway Regional Park as well as elsewhere within the Mississippi River corridor. Leprechaun is on the loose, so if you need something to wake you up, Wednesday through Wednesday, March 11th through 18th, there will be gold coins scattered around Stenslie-Stearns and Cloquet Overlook Park. So if you find some, maybe we'll have enough to build a bridge or a roundabout. Swap It. This is sponsored by Hennepin County. You can trade items or swap it events on Saturday, March 21st and May 2nd in Edina and in Crystal. Easter egg hunt will be on Saturday, April 4th at Central Park. Spring Cleanup Day will be on, I believe this is I'm going to say it's Saturday, I could be wrong, May 2nd at Central Park. Mother's Day bouquet arrangements at the Activity Center on Saturday, May 9th. So it's a very busy weekends here in spring. The annual city open house will be May 13th, 5 to 7 p.m. at the Public Works facility. Sponsor a dog treat station.
Back up one. Open house. So I've attended as a resident. We should have planning commissioners attend as staff to this. And each take an hour or a half-hour shifts.
At the dog table, at the...
Bring my dog. It's only a 2-hour program, so I think...
Half-hour shifts or whatever, but...
I'll take the 8-hour shift.
I think it's important, for us to be there and be part of the open house and not just have staff run it, is where I'm going with this. So.
Okay, I will put
You
it on
wear
your
our matching
calendars.
hoodies and name tags.
And name
Right.
tag, yeah.
Wear my name tag.
Okay.
Hopefully in May, it's a little bit warmer than that.
Sponsor a dog treat station. So if anyone would like to donate $780, we're looking to stock up to 6 treat dispensers throughout the city. So I guess dog treats are expensive. Citywide garage sale will be the weekend of June 3rd through 6th. Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. The intention is to register with the city so that there's a map available to anyone that's garage sale shopping. Dayton Community Car Show will be 6 weekends throughout the summer. This will be at Stenslie-Stearns Park. Adopt a Park. So there's a number of parks that are available for households and families to adopt. I think the request is that the sponsor or adopter would clean or pick up litter at that park once a month. The city is looking for election judges for the August primary and the November election. Judges are paid between $16 and $20 an hour. Elevate Hennepin, so this is a program that the city EDA participates with. The county tries to match up small businesses with advisors in certain specialty areas. The county offers up to 25 hours of free advice or consultation time. The Elevate Hennepin kind of rotates throughout different cities. So in March it will be at Brooklyn Park. The city or the EDA still has a piece of land for sale in downtown. The guide is for a mixed use, both restaurant as well as commercial retail on the first floor and apartments above. We're listing price is $259,000. This is really intended to be probably more of a word of mouth. So if someone driving down the street is gonna see a sign or is watching this movie, not this movie.
Popcorn.
With popcorn and thinking, oh, I've been looking for a place.
When you say word of mouth, you haven't engaged a broker, is what you're saying?
We have,
Oh,
yes.
okay, well, then it should be listed.
Okay, my goal, this is a kind of a month-to-month information on housing starts. So the goal is to have this updated and presented every month. So this is, kind of a histogram of new homes, whether single-family or townhomes and apartments that have been permitted since 2007. It's a month-to-month average. I was at a webinar recently where a presenter said, when you only look at annual information, it's only accurate on December 31st. It doesn't tell the whole story throughout the year. So this is kind of a cool diagram. It basically shows that nothing was happening in Dayton until about 2016. And then it got to be a little bit chaotic, especially after COVID. And then it's kind of evened out a little bit since then. February, we had a good month of 20 homes, 20 home permits that were issued, as opposed to January, which that was 11.
Do you have the data prior to 08 and 07?
No.
No?
I'm sure that
There
we
was
do,
no
but
public,
it's not.
there was no public water and sewer, so it was pretty minor.
Yeah, it's single digit.
I have it though, if you want it.
Of course he does.
I got
There
it
you
back to
go.
1996.
It's gotta be higher than what?
But I don't have it
08
monthly.
shows.
I only have it annually.
Right. Because 08 is when everything scratched to a halt
Yes.
at Sundance and sat for quite
Yep.
some time.
These kind of grayish bars here are recession months. But as you can tell from the recession, if we went from 10 to 5, it's really not that big of a change. Nothing really happened until, I'm going to say about midway through 2016.
And it might have started earlier, but that was when the pipe got extended. So it couldn't start earlier.
Yep.
But there was a pretty big lag after the financial crisis.
Front page of the newspaper on March 2nd, the Fillmore County Journal is Hayden Stensgaard accepts position of Rushford City Administrator. So sad to say this will be Hayden's last Planning Commission meeting. He's going on to much bigger things in the larger metropolis.
As long as this meeting was, it wasn't an easy decision.
They give you a new position and then you
where's
leave.
Rushford?
No,
What the heck?
this wasn't an easy decision, but I have been fortunate enough to be offered the opportunity to be administrator of my hometown. So I will be moving back home with my family, and so it is very, very bittersweet because there's a lot of good things going on in Dayton that I was excited to be a part of. I don't know if there was another position that I would have taken to leave here. I'll say that. So, I appreciate everything that you guys have done. The kind words that you gave me last month were untimely. You can retract them if you want. I'll understand that. But no, I am extremely fortunate to have been able to be working here for the city of Dayton, and I appreciate you all. So.
I'm going to say, Hayden, you made my life much easier since you started here, so I don't think I could say that enough.
Sure. It's a pleasure. Glad we gave you a bang for your buck at the end here.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Put you through
I wouldn't want it any other way.
Yeah.
Okay, next Planning Commission meeting will be April 2nd. We have two, other than tonight, so we'll have two plats, one plat, potentially two ordinance amendments on parking that's a big discussion item. I know right now we're not prepared for it, so it may get tabled again. Storage containers, we'll have Sundance Green's 12th edition. I believe that's it. So it'll be a shorter meeting.
Kind of hard not to be.
Just I'll believe it when I see it.
Make a motion to adjourn?
Before.
Second.
You can do this after we adjourn, I'll just go ahead.
We have a motion and a
We don't
second
have
to
to vote
adjourn.
yet.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed?
Just
Meeting is adjourned.
just to bring.